Bienvenidos to all our wonderful women attendees, and welcome to the Women's Forum, showing up with resilience, grit, and power. Here to kick us off, please welcome Nelly Borrero, HITEC board member and Managing Director, Senior Global I&D and Client Market Lead for Accenture.
From Accenture, and happy to be here today with all of you. Thank you. Thank you for choosing to spend this time with us today. I tell you that I love these events for HITEC. It's one of my favorite events to do throughout the year. And speaking of the year, what year has been? I remember doing this event in March of last year. And I remember it was our first virtual event. We had just gone down on lockdown from the pandemic. And as I think about the journey we've all been through, I think about what we've experienced. Some of us, a lot of change. Some of us have experienced challenges. Some have experienced joy, loss, sadness, fear, and hope. And I think about all these things that we've gone through together in some cases as we've connected with one another. As we were planning for this session about, I would say 2 months ago, Karina Cardoso and I sat down, who's an incredible leader, some of you know, as well here at Accenture. And we were thinking about what should our theme be for this year in partnership with HITEC? What should we be talking about? What's really relevant to what we've gone through as a community, what we've gone through as people in this last year? And three words kept showing up for us as we were talking. One was resilience, the other one was grit, and the other one was power. And as we started thinking about those three words, we started thinking about, so how do we bring this to life? How do we have people recognize their own resilience, their own grit, and their own power? So we came up with the theme, which is showing up with resilience, grit, and power. So as I was preparing a couple of weeks ago for this session, I started thinking about those three words and how I apply them in my daily life. And as I started thinking about them, I said, well, what do they really, really mean? Because, we use words constantly. We become so accustomed to making it part of our narrative. But then do we really pause and think about what do they really mean? So I looked up each word and I want to read to you the definition because I was like, oh, I like this, right? Resilience, the definition that I loved was the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. I think we can all agree that this year we've had to recover quickly from lots of difficulties. The second one, grit, courage to resolve, the strength of character. So when I think about courage to resolve, how many things we've had to resolve that we never expected to have to resolve 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And then the last one, power, the capacity or ability to direct or influence the behavior of others or the course of events. Now that's powerful. So when I started thinking about these, and I've been thinking a lot about my own journey, as I'm in the middle of writing my book finally after so many years and getting through that process and remembering things that some get me angry, some make me happy, and some make me sad. It depends on, what I'm thinking about in the moment. But what I understand about power very clearly right at this moment is that there were times in my journey that I did not recognize nor leverage my power. And if there's one thing I want to change for people is to have them take that moment of pause, no matter where they are in their journey, what level they represent today, or whatever is happening in your life. Are you clear and have you embraced the power that you have? Because I can tell you, I have missed many moments. And then I asked myself, so why did I miss so many moments? I've missed moments because I've been so laser focused on delivering. I am a doer. I'm a type A personality. My daughter refers to me as a tornado of love. I go and I just swirl around everything and get everything done and have everybody just catch up with me, right? In that process, while it has worked for me throughout my career and also personally, I also have begun to really think about what opportunities have I missed in being so rushed all of the time? And how do I take time to really pause and think about, is this really working for me? Am I okay? So as we think about these three words, I want us collectively as a group here today to agree on a couple of things. I want us to agree to be present in the moment. This is a moment that you chose to spend with us virtually. I cannot wait till we're back in person. Like I really cannot wait. But I'm not gonna lie, I haven't missed being in a hotel and an airplane every week. So there have been some moments of yay, I'm home. Um, but I want us to agree to be present virtually. I want us to think about how do we capture those very insightful nuggets that we're about to hear from these three fabulous women that are joining us today. And I'll get into these intros shortly. And I want us to continue to commit to ongoing excellence. And I say that with a lot of intention. And I say that with intention because a lot of times we do not pause to recognize how excellent we really are. And this word is a word that, I've been paying a lot of attention to probably for the last several years, but it continues to gain momentum in my language and in my own narrative. And this started several years ago, and I'll mention her name again. Carolina had done a project, and I said, this was really good. And she said, oh, no, 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 it was excellent. And I'm thinking, okay, you do you, you're excellent. But then I really started thinking about this. I'm like, she's absolutely right. This is excellent. Call it what it is. So as we think about ourselves and the journey we've been on, not only the last year, but our journey overall in our lives, is let's start to really reference ourselves as excellent, because we would not be here today as a collective group if we were not showing up with excellence every single day. So I now have the pleasure to transition and talk about these fabulous women. So I will start with Lupe Sawinski. She's a program director at JP Morgan Chase & Co. And we were on a prep call and we started really digging into the power of various words, the power of how we flip the script to how we talk about our community. How do we move away from thinking about all the challenges we have, which we know we both need to address, right, with all of you, but how do we flip that to all the positive energy and value we bring every single day while still recognizing the things that we have to address and work on? So our conversation flowed in such a natural way of understanding our responsibility here today. And that is to make sure that we are solving for all of you and that we're lifting each of you as we're talking here today. So then I go to Jamie Maldonado. She's a managing director at Accenture. And I will tell you, I've seen her journey, right? We both at Accenture, so I've seen her from very junior in her career. And I never forget a moment that we had in DC. We were attending another event. And it was the first time I really had an opportunity to sit down and really pause and experience the moment with Jamie. And as she was talking about her role and what she was doing at Accenture, in me, I'm thinking, wow, that's really impressive. Wow, that's amazing. Wow, she's incredible. I'm going through all these different things. Then I remember walking away, and the way I end my day every day is I end it in a moment of reflection. And I reflected on the day, and I had one regret about that day. And my regret was that as Jamie was sharing all of this, I didn't pause to say, you're excellent. What an amazing, amazing career you've had, right? But I knew that I would make up for that in other ways, right? I knew I would advocate for her. I knew that I would be, one to really talk about her when she was not in the room and be that sponsor and that mentor, which we all have to do for people. So Jamie, I congratulate you on your amazing journey at Accenture. And now it leaves me with Myrna Soto. Okay, so let me just say, I met Myrna, I think it might have been 10 years ago, Myrna, I don't know, time flies. And I remember meeting her at a HITEC event. And in that moment, I understood two things: the power of HITEC and the power of Myrna. Clear as day. I mean, her brand is a brand that shows up with intensity, but it shows up with intensity with incredible intention to continue to lift the Latinx community. She's done it in an incredible way. She sits on so many boards. She's currently the Chief Strategy and Trust leader at ForcePoint. Every time Myrna gets selected for a board, I do my own celebration. I was with her an event where she was ranked the #1 Latina. And I remember her going up on stage. And I remember in a very selfish way, I wanted to be the first person when she walked off that stage to give her a hug. So I parked myself by the steps to give her a hug because it was going to be me to recognize the power of this woman. So it's been an incredible journey she and I've had together. We call each other when we're going through turmoil. We seek each other's counsel and support because one thing we know for sure is that we will be very direct with one another, no matter whether we want to hear it or not. And that's the power of having someone to help you along your journey. So now you're getting a sense of what we're diving into. We're diving into an incredibly powerful conversation. This is why I said be present. So we're diving in. We're going to start with a question that I'm going to ask each of our panelists. And then I'm going to ask specific questions along the way. So the question I'm going to start with is, what does showing up with resilience, grit, and power mean to you? And I'm going to start with Myrna.
Well, first of all, Nellie, thank you so much for that introduction. I'm going to tell you that was excellent. And you by far are excellent. Thank you so much, my friend, for celebrating me the way that I have always been very grateful for. And of course, when I found out you were doing this, I was very grateful to join you and the other ladies. So thank you. So what does it mean to show up? I think about the definition of each of the words that you reviewed, and it is in its purest sense what I believe in about showing up. When we talk about being influential, and in particular, being influential sometimes without direct authority or direct power, I think is extremely important for all of us to understand how we serve in that mode. Being resilient and being able to come up from difficulties. I think every single person on this panel and probably every single person listening to us right now has had that moment of resilience, and in particular this last year, as you mentioned earlier. But I think, one of the things that I've been talking about recently to great detail, and I have the blessing to be able to do so in certain platforms, is about being authentic. I had a recent event that I participated in, and they asked me about my authenticity and showing up as a Latina. And I shared a number of stories, which I won't go through today, but happy to do so at another time. But shared some stories where I had the opportunity not to hide who I was and to make sure that I show up authentically and be proud of where I've come from, my background, and my heritage. So I think for this group, in particular, because we're here with the HITEC group and with the Women's Forum, it's really about being authentic, showing up as you are, knowing what your value is, and being influential even when you don't have direct power or authority.
That's great, Myrna. So those words, influential and authentic, I think we can all say, yes, do we show up that way every day? And if we don't, how do we change that, right? So thank you for sharing that. So Lupe, I'm going to go over to you next. What does it mean to you?
Wow. Just want to say thank you, though, first, Nellie. Thank you very much. And Myrna and Jamie, really proud to be here on this panel with both of you ladies. I was actually going to give a little emoji heart because it sounded like Nellie was giving you quite a bit of love. I think authenticity is super important. And quite frankly, the fact that you're lifting up on this call and for everybody in the audience, that to me is being authentic and also resilient. Without having great sponsorship in your life, whether it's personally, professionally, frankly, with your family, it would be very difficult for those of us to express how resilient we can be. I also think, just reflecting on your definition of grit and the courage and what that actually conveys, you actually made me pause because I think this year, including all of last year, I think all of us have demonstrated coming into the day with courage. We don't know what we're carrying with us just entering into our day. I hope that we all lean on one another a bit more. I know I can with my family at work. I also have quite a bit of sponsorship at JP Morgan as well that helps me get through my day. So I would say resiliency and grit are probably my superpower and how I start my day with those of you that are around me, helping me get through life. I think it's been a tough year And we all have people that work for us or that we work with, that perhaps we don't see who and what they are actually dealing with, to make sure that they bring themselves. And I leave you with this comment: commitment to excellence and being intentional about it. I think because of the environment we're in today, we have to demonstrate that just often and regularly, so that it's more of a behavior, less of a, oh, I better do that in this moment, more about doing it all day long.
That is excellent because it is true, right? And when I think about, the words that you use, Lupe, you used one word that it happens to be my favorite word, and it's a word that I think about all day long, and that is courage. How to show up with courage, because if we do not show up that way, we really miss the opportunity to solve for others and for ourselves, and for the brands we represent, right? So I love that word. Jamie, I know it's not easy going third, after hearing these two incredible women, but you're authentic and have your own narrative. So what does it mean to show up for you?
Thank you so much, Nellie. And thanks for that introduction. I think I got a little emotional from it. So I am thankful to you and for that excellent intro that you gave us. And great to be on this panel with all of you today. I think the way I would follow that is to say, it has not always been easy for me to show up with resilience, grit, and power. This past year, I was up for a big promotion, and there were many, many times in which I doubted myself. And I did a little exercise called my journey line through my life and through my career. And it helped me see that I had peaks and valleys throughout my career. And it helped me see right there on the page that I do have resilience, grit, and power. And there are so many times in which I forget it and in which I question myself. And there's that little voice in the back of your head that says, what are you doing in this room? What are you doing in this panel? And I was reminded, thanks to that little bit of a pause, as you mentioned earlier, right? Not just driving at the next thing, but that pause, that I truly do have it, and that I've experienced it and shown it over and over again in my life, as I'm sure we all have who are joining this call.
And that's critically important what you shared, right, Jamie, because it is about, you had the doubt, right? The doubt, that's that negative inner voice that shows up all the time. So you had that doubt. You took a step to kind of shut that negative inner voice down by taking a look at your journey and where you've shown up with resilience. It's almost like a reminder, a confirmation, an affirmation of what you've been able to accomplish. So thank you for sharing that, because I think many of us, and I tell people, it doesn't matter how high you are in an organization, at what level, you're constantly negotiating with that inner voice. It's a constant negotiation. So thank you for that. Thank you, all three of you. Lupe, I'm going to go over to you. In what ways have you observed women, especially Latinas, embrace their power and influence? What have you witnessed? What has stood out for you?
Wow. Well, right now, how's that? Everybody on this call, embracing the power. I think Latina women have, and men, so I don't want to exclude the men in the group, we have the ability to come into our own when we're surrounded by people that look like us or are most familiar. We're challenged, though, quite frankly, when we don't feel that in the room. So where I've seen it work successfully is when we are the only ones present in the room, and we acknowledge that perhaps there's other biases going on in the conversation, and we're able to lift the conversation to a different level to ensure that there's inclusion. I think Latina women are even more, I would say, keen at searching that out, because we are often the only ones in the room. And because of that, we highly empathize when we see that happening. So I encourage all of us listening to continue to be mindful, especially when you're challenged, and influence your own inner voice, because you're right, we're all challenged with that, but think of it with positive intent.
And I really like the way you say influence your own inner voice, because we talk about how it gets very negative and we have to sort of work at it getting positive. But It's the first time I hear the term influence your inner voice. So I think we all need to walk away with that as well. That's really, really great. So Myrna, I'm going to go over to you. And I know this is really important to you because you live this every day and how we solve for this. So let me read the question. It's no surprise that there's not equal representation of Latinx leaders in the tech industry. Women are still underrepresented. Even more, our women of color at the pandemic is increasing this problem. So we're seeing a rise in the challenge. How can we help reverse this trend?
So first and foremost, you're absolutely right. I've been living this for, I'm not even going to say the number of years because I'm going to date myself if I do that. But it's certainly a significant issue, a significant challenge. It's still fairly pervasive. And what's amazing to me is the number of women of color, who are in the field, who have studied, who have, cut their teeth on the technology spectrum and still are not being given the opportunity to rise to these accelerated levels. One thing that I think that we need to do, and we may hear some themes repeated over and over, is our ability to influence. It's one of the things that I believe I have a very great responsibility to do. I have been given the opportunity to hold C-level positions in a number of technology fields. You mentioned being ranked #1 of the most powerful Latinas, probably only the one in technology at the time, and to use that platform to make sure that those of us that are behind us generationally and or in their career paths see us in these roles. And it doesn't have to be technology, it's any type of senior leadership role. I often say, if you could see it, you can be it. And that's now one of the things that I use just about every time I have a chance to make sure that folks understand if I can do it. And if you know my background, which was not in technology to begin with, then you can do it. I'm also spending a lot of time, and I'm asking other colleagues of mine to do the same, is to ask the hard questions. When there's only one in the room or none in the room, why are we not asking the question and say, hey, how come we don't have? Why are we not providing other opportunities? And most importantly, when an opportunity does open up, we need to be very deliberate and intentional. And yes, I'm going to say something some people aren't comfortable with. Force the agenda to make sure that women and women of color are interviewed for these positions. We always want to be the most qualified candidate for a role, but we have to be given the shot to be able to express our value and what we have in our experience to provide to whatever that role may be. Mm-hmm. Lastly, and I am, again, take huge responsibility for this. I'm spending a considerable amount of time in the boardroom of the companies that I serve as a board member on to make sure that succession planning includes the appropriate amount of diversity and that we don't always look at succession in an absolute fashion. It doesn't always have to be perfect experience. We need to look at the person on their whole value and what experiences they bring to the table and what we can do to shape their skills for the position at hand. That was a long answer, but I wanted to make sure that I use words like intentional, drive the agenda, and ask the tough questions, because that's what we all need to do.
And that is spot on. And that comes also with showcasing the courage that you showcase in these rooms, because, it's easy for people to hear what you're saying, right? But to understand all of the anxiety sometimes that comes along with this, understanding the political correctness you have to navigate through to do that, all these things that you have to take risk to actually position some of these actions. So I want to reinforce two very specific things that you said. And that is, number one is we have to use our platforms. The way you outlined how you're using your platforms is exactly what I want to make sure we all continue to do, right? Because it's great to get all this acknowledgement and awards and accolades, but how are we now leveraging that, right? And the second thing around that is that I want to reinforce is ask those questions. Ask those questions even when you feel it is sometimes risky and you need courage, but we have to advocate for one another. So that was great. Thank you.
Nelly, if I can make one other comment, I promise you. When we say platforms, do not discount what that means. A platform does not have to be a grand stage. A platform can be an association, it could be a consortium, it could even be your network. So don't misinterpret platform with formality. It's amazing what will happen when we use our circles and our platforms to push the agenda.
Yeah. Key add-on. Thank you, Myrna, because that is true, right? Is all of us holistically. How do we navigate through that? Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. All right, Jamie, I'm going to go over to you. What are key learnings along your journey that have helped you or held you back?
Yeah, this is a fun one. I feel like there's two sides to this. There's the professional side to this answer, and then there's the personal and home answer to this question, right? So on the professional side, I want to say that my key learnings have been, I think you just heard about believing in myself. I think that's a key learning, right? And I think we've all heard about the importance of having that board of directors, having the mentors, having the sponsors, having the coaches, and knowing the difference between all of them and the roles that they play. I think I've also learned taking a risk. There's been times in which I've been tapped on the shoulder to take on this big role or this big responsibility. And I'm looking around like, okay, are you sure you want me to do that? And then I jump in, right? And through perseverance, the grit, the dedication, and my power, right? And the team, we make it through and we're successful. I think I've learned, right, that it takes a village at work and at home. I'll get to the home part in a moment. But at work, I really learned to network effectively to help me, right? To help me, the people that are going to be my advocates and that make me feel good and that remind me of that power. And then the people that help me see sort of my blind spots and the people that are honestly pulling me up and helping me get into that right position, get into the right opportunities so that I can shine and I can show that I can do this, right? That's on the professional side. And there's a lot more there I'm happy to unpack. On the personal side, and I think this has been really important for me, it takes a village as well, right? I am a Latina. I come from a family, like we're super close. I have a little one. I'm in consulting. And the way I've made it all work is by having a village. It does take a village and having that support network at home. I'm going to tell you a story about my husband and I. One time that we were not seeing eye to eye, and this was a game changer for me. I had been feeling run down. There were a lot of things to do at the house, so many things. And I sat him down and I said, we're going to do this little exercise. I took a piece of paper, drew a line down the middle of it. On one side, I put everything that I was doing for the household. Here's everything I'm doing. It went to the other side of the page. And then on the right-hand side, I said, let's put everything you're doing for the household. And it went not even to the halfway point of that first page. And I was like, something needs to change. And it doesn't have to be that you have to take everything. We might outsource some of these things. We might, find other creative ways to do these things, but this is not working. And it's just not working for me. It's not sustainable. And that was a life changer for me personally, because we're partners in this and we're in this together. And he is incredibly supportive of my career and he's incredibly supportive of my dreams, as I am of his. And we want this little, family unit of ours to be successful, and it takes both of us to do that.
I'm so glad you shared that. I'm glad you shared two things, right? The believe in yourself, because it's a line that we should all think about every single day. Because we doubt ourselves and we have doubters. So we have to address those every day. But that exercise of transparency and a conversation to say, let's take a look at, how we're dividing. And then that other point that you made doesn't mean you have to take half of it. Let's make decisions on how we outsource some of this, right? That is not easy for us. I remember going through that with my husband years ago and feeling like we had to do everything, the cooking, the cleaning, the this, the going, everything. And we just were not raised to really think about how to hire people to help us do things, how to, take money out of, the budget that we had and think about Is it better spent giving us time? Or is it better spent us, all day long cleaning on a Saturday? I mean, so all these things are really important to share. So thank you, because I think that's very powerful for people to hear. So I know that I have other questions, but I kind of want to give Myrna and Lupe an opportunity to react to what you said, because I think, as you were talking, I'm looking at them, right? And I see their heads going, I see them smiling. And I'm like, you know what? I think this is one that we should definitely get the perspective of the two of them as well. So Myrna, I'll go to you, then I'll go to Lupe.
So first of all, I love the way her consulting background came into play. Let's sit down, have an exercise. Let's go through this process. I absolutely love it. But I mean, the exercise and what you shared, the story that you shared is so groundbreaking for so many of us to consider. And I say that because, our ability to be successful, a lot of people talk about, especially for women, work-life balance. I don't really talk about work-life balance. I talk about work-life choices, right? We could do anything and everything that we want. We just can't do it all at the same time. But our success is also indicative of our support network, our spouse, our family, the network. And I couldn't help but smile when you said, I'm Latina. I got a pretty large, close family. I'm like, I'm surprised. No, I'm just kidding. But the reality is that all of those elements is what make each of us unique in the fact that we come from a very particular background. Our upbringing is to be humble. So we need to kind of change that a little bit, right? And to be able to celebrate our successes, but it's also not to ask for help. And what Nelly just, she said, we need to make the choice to say, where is this best spent? Is it best spent giving us more time? And oh, by the way, supporting somebody else that's providing a service. Think about that. But I love your story. Thank you so much for sharing it.
Thank you, Myrna. Lupe, your reaction?
Oh, I'm just chuckling, Jamie, because I completely understand where you're coming from, and I'm sure others who are listening do as well. I also want to suggest that I remember having a moment like that, with myself, and then bringing the family to the kitchen table and saying something has to give, right? There was a sponsor I had who basically pointed something out to me, and I really, really appreciate it. So I thought I'd add that here. Super important not to segment our lives so much. This is work, here's family, here's me, here's sister, here's mother, here's aunt. It's just impossible because of the culture we come from. And so we have to embrace that. And this came from an advisor who's not Latin, everyone. So rather than fight that contention, it was, for me at least, it felt really good to think of it as like teams. So, Team Serwinski family, team insert name. For me, I have a daughter who's on the spectrum. So Team Elena. And then I had Team Lupe, who is that? And how complex, you can make it, or how simple you can make it, but it helps you think through those moments when you're crashing and you feel it, and you have to have a kitchen table meeting of the minds, right? So I completely appreciate what you said, Jamie. And I know how important it was for me to kind of look at it a different way, actually embrace it and not feel so victimized by it. But thank you for sharing, because that's being comfortable in your vulnerability, and it's so difficult for us to feel that way.
Lupe, I'm over here smiling because those high-techers that are out there that have known me for quite some time know that there is a saying in my household, and it starts with the word team, but we'll leave the details for some other time.
I know exactly what you're referencing. Thank you for that, Lupe, Myrna, and Jamie. I mean, it was just really important to sort of pause in this moment and really talk about this. And Lupe, that was great mentoring and advice that you got from your leader, and thank you for sharing it. Lupe, I'm going to stick with, actually, no, I'm going to go to Myrna, and I'm going to come back to you, Lupe, really quickly. But Myrna, I want to get into barriers. Right. And we throw this word around so often, we know they exist. So I want to get into a question with you around this. And that is, breaking barriers has both the greatest challenge and the greatest opportunity for Latinas. What are some of the challenges you have faced as a Latina and still continue to see to this day?
It pains me to answer this question. So some of the challenges that I have seen throughout my career, one in particular early in my career, and I've witnessed most of us doing it today, is I got feedback early in my career that I needed to stop talking with my hands, that I needed to stop, doing this. And that I also got feedback regarding my tone and tenor when I was passionate about a particular topic. And people misunderstanding that, let's be honest, we've all had the experience where people say, why are you guys fighting? No, we're not fighting. We are actually being very passionate about how we're expressing ourselves. And this is our cultural way of generating energy. That continues to be a problem today. I have actually heard people, even in this day and age, say things like, well, they're going to be a little boisterous in meetings, or they're going to, and it just drives me bananas. But one of the things that I have seen, modify some of these barriers is the tremendous work. And I'm going to give my friend Nellie a ton of credit here for the work that she does at Accenture and what she does in her personal life around inclusion and diversity, and how many organizations have been raising awareness around the importance of inclusion and diversity, and are trying to demystify some of those stereotypes and unconscious biases. But unfortunately, when I was coming through in my career, those unconscious biases were very pervasive, and having to kind of, hurdle them in a way with very, very tactful, politically correct statementing about being accepted, getting a seat at the table, things of that nature were difficult. And then I know that I could tell stories all day long about them, but probably one of the most incredible stories that I can share, and I'm going to abbreviate it, is in one of my early leadership positions when I decided, because I'm a decent human being, to have a conversation with the crew that was cleaning the office that I was in. They happened to be Hispanic, so I spoke to them in Spanish. And I had 3 of my colleagues literally get whiplash and turn their neck and say, "You speak Spanish? Oh, I didn't know you were Spanish. You don't look Spanish." And I said, "What does that look like? What does that mean? What does that mean? Because I've got an uncle with blue eyes and blonde hair. I've got an aunt that's very dark." And I went down the whole list, and they were just, they didn't even know how to respond. And that was probably back in 1987. Oh my God, I did it. I dated myself. But in 1987, there was that moment of truth to make sure people understood, how dare you? How dare you make those assumptions? And how dare you kind of put us in a box? But definitely those hurdles still exist. They're much less now than they were before. But I think when we show up and we deliver, when we show up and demonstrate our value, many of those hurdles start to fade away.
Mhm. Yeah, and I love that you share that story, Myrna, right? Because when you think about those biases and how we do have to hurdle them, how we have to navigate through them, the PC thing that you mentioned, and when there's a discovery, right? You had the thing of, oh, they didn't know you were Latina. I had a comment made to me one time that we were in a room and I was always the only Latina in the room, and it was all these big meetings. It was years, decades ago. I could say decades with you, Myrna. Okay, so we're dating ourselves. And I remember I raised an issue about women of color, and someone said to me, "Oh, I keep forgetting you're a minority." And the thing is that individual felt it was a compliment. So I had to spend a good 15 minutes educating everyone as to how incredibly inappropriate and hurtful and insulting that comment was, right? So it's the opportunity to educate, like you had to do. We've all had to educate. So I'm going to transition to Lupe because I'm sure you have lots of stories as well, Lupe, but I want to focus on, we go through these journeys. We have to hurdle these biases, as Myrna says. What has kept you from giving up in your journey? Have there been those moments?
Wow. Yeah, I was going to answer it a certain way, but I'm just reflecting on everything I'm hearing these ladies say. And so really giving up, it's just not an option. And I think we're all here with our own personal journeys to reflect on why it's not. But even just listening to all of you, it's just not an option for me, right? It's not an option for me also to not give up, rather show up. Because of who brought me here. And so I would say my parents, for sure, that's why I show up and don't give up. my daughters, I have three, my sisters, my brothers, my colleagues that are here on the call today, my friends, the list goes on and on. But the one person I would say is my father, who came here with nothing at the age of 21 by himself. He's now passed, but he was my biggest cheerleader. And just values he taught me was about what we would say, be your authentic self today. But I would say, he would say what you mean what you say. If you say you're going to do it, do it. But do it with love, do it with humility, do it with integrity, do it with a sense of responsibility. You're always here to educate, and you're always here to be educated. So honestly, it's the people that came before me, the ladies that are here on the call, my colleagues who are on this discussion with all of us. That's what really keeps me going. Yes, I have self-doubts. That happens all the time. I think all of you have said the same. But finding who my team Lupe is was really important for me. That was a critical path for me. And so I often lean on them to help me in those moments when I am in doubt. But yeah, it's just who we are.
Yeah. So Lupe, two things. I mean, you use the line that I use all the time. Giving up is not an option. We don't have that luxury. We don't have that luxury to give up, not for ourselves, for our children, for our communities. We just don't have it. And you touched on, and thank you for sharing the story about your dad, right? I can relate to that so well. Mine has passed since as well. And it was just such a educator in so many ways. And when we think about the journey of our ancestors, whether they're parents, aunts, uncles, great grandparents, grandparents, whatever the case is, if we think about their journey and what they did with that journey, and how they were able to position us in a way to continue to rise, I mean, it's just quite incredible. And if we think about the words for today, resilience, grit, I mean, I can't think of any other generation that's had more of that, right? And has helped instill that in us, into our DNA. So that again was a moment, Lupe, right, where we touched on something that is personal. So I don't want to bypass it without giving Myrna and Jamie an opportunity to sort of share in that space, because we have a lot of gratitude, I know, for people that have helped propel us. So I'm going to go to you, Myrna, then I'll go to Jamie on this.
Sure, thank you. So I was smiling when Lupe spoke about her father. I think that I can equally share in the fact I still have my father with me today, thank goodness. And he was also one of my biggest cheerleaders. And what I've often shared with a number of young ladies that I mentor, when they're faced with these career decisions, having to take risks, and one of the biggest risks that we take as a community from our background is leaving. And what I mean by that is having to move away from our tight-knit family. And sometimes we may or may not have to do that for our career. And I'll never forget the time that I needed to make that decision and leave the nest. We know what that nest means in the Hispanic family. I needed to leave the nest for my career. And I'll never forget my papi looking at me and saying, go ahead. What's the worst thing that can happen? It doesn't work out, you come back home. We will be here for you. And that's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear, to just take that jump. And since then, he says, my God, you've been jumping quite a bit. But the reality is that we need that type of support, and having that ability to have those type of support systems. And, you know, listen, I'm going to be biased. I'm going to say our culture has a very unique support ecosystem, right, in our heritage, that we should be very grateful for. And for all the things that Lupe mentioned about grateful for coming to this country with nothing, doing all the sacrifices. And that just equals exactly what we started this conversation. We cannot give up. Because of them, we must continue to push forward. Adelante, the push up and pull up that HITEC is all about. We need to continue to do that. I'm just very inspired right now, just hearing from these ladies.
Myrna, thank you.
I'm ready to do something.
And we'll go to Jamie in a second, but I always have to touch on these things, right? Because I want to keep reinforcing. You use the word cheerleader. Your dad is your biggest cheerleader. And that resonated with me in such a personal and emotional way, because when my dad passed, I asked myself this question: who's going to be my cheerleader? Because that was who was my cheerleader throughout my entire journey, right? Go experience the world. What's the worst that can happen? All these things, and giving me that permission to sort of explore and fail if I had to, right? But here's what I want to share about this. When I asked myself that question, it took me only several weeks to say, oh, wait a minute, I have a lot of other cheerleaders. I have a lot of them, and collectively they'll make up for that one, right? So I say that because sometimes we feel the loss in such an intense way, and we have to pause and take a look at where else can we fill that gap, right? Although it's never completely filled. But thank you for sharing Paralante as well, because we need to continue to remind ourselves of that. So Jamie, over to you on this very personal topic.
So once again, how do I follow all of that, ladies? So for me, from a personal side of the house, I'll share, my mom came to this country looking for the American dream, didn't know English, right? I was 8 years old. I was her translator, and a very bad one at that. And, this is partly for her, right? We cleaned houses on the weekends. She held 3 jobs. I basically raised my little brother because she worked so incredibly hard to help us get to where we are today. So there's a lot of that, right? There's a lot of that in my blood, in my veins. Like, this work, I can do this work. We've got this, right? Those that came before us had it so much different, like a lot harder in many ways, and we've got this. I also think about my mamita, who's my grandma, who practically raised me as well, and whose saying to me was, "Yo voy a ti." That was her saying to me. And she was totally my cheerleader, right there with you ladies. She was my cheerleader. And when she left, it was such an incredible gap in my life. But I think you guys are right? Like, you build this familia, and you remember them, you honor them in what you do and what you say. And last but not least, guys, I also do it for those that come behind, like those that come after us, right? We've talked about how we need to see representation where we want to get to. Mm-hmm. And I also do it for that, right? I looked around at one point, and in tech strategy, there weren't that many women, and there were no Latinas. And I was like, well, I'm gonna try, right? I'm gonna try. And here I am.
Jamie, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I'm going to stick with you for a minute here as well. But as we heard your story, Myrna Lupe's story, right? I shared a little bit, I planted some seeds of mine as well. What's really important about that is that we get to meet a lot of women in a professional setting, right? We meet each other at HITEC, which is like, an amazing setting. What we don't know is the stories behind what we see. We don't know, Jamie, that you cleaned houses with your mom, right? That she had 3 jobs. We don't know all of these things that we've gone through. And we have to continue to find ways to share those stories, because there are other junior women that are coming up that are trying to figure out, can I make it to managing director? Can I sit on boards? Can I be a director, right? Can I do all of these things? And we have to showcase that, yes, if we made it, yes, you can too, right? So the push or pull up that Myrna talks about. So Jamie, I'm going to stick with you here for a minute or so. And here's the question that I want to throw your way. We are a community of great talent and growing quite rapidly. What advice will you give to junior members of our Latinx community today?
What advice would I give? I think I'd start with a little bit of where we just left off. I want you guys to set your sights high. I want you guys to aspire to those areas that you think might be unreachable, because guess what? You can make it there. You really, really can. I mean, if we're talking about resilience, grit, and power today, we have all of that in our veins. It runs through our blood, right? You can make it there. I want you guys to aspire to that. And then I also want you to think about, this is a little bit more practical, your brand, right? How am I going to build on my brand, and what are going to be those stepping stones that are going to help me get there? And then I want you to reach out into the community and build that advisory board, and those people, those cheerleaders that are going to help you get there, and that are going to help you see, okay, well, you've got these 3 things that are going to help you get there, but maybe you're missing these 2. Let me help you get that under your belt so that when you're ready, you can take that step to get there, right? And I want you to believe in yourselves. I want you to hear from all of us collectively in this panel, yo voy a ti. Like, our bet's on you. You've got this and you can make it there.
Beautiful. That is beautiful. So before we transition to questions from the audience, Myrna, I'm going to go to you, and Jamie, you as well. And that is, here's the question. What responsibility do you feel you have to further evolve our Latinx community and the next generation of Latinx leaders at work and within your communities? So Myrna, I'll start with you.
Okay, thank you. So a couple things. One, we touched upon it a little bit, but I want to expand upon it in responding to the question. I think the responsibilities we have is we need to share more of our stories, right? You know, I'm remiss when I share a story on one of these platforms and someone that I may know says, oh, I never knew that about, you know, I never knew that. We need to do better at sharing our stories. I also have incorporated a particular saying that I also share with my mentees is very often when I go from role to role, board, senior executive, whatever it may be, I always enter that with a very strong philosophy of leaving it better than how I found it. And that is about the next generation. And Jamie hit it right on the, you know, aim high, stretch, don't limit your possibilities. But we also need to share the stories because Jamie's story is incredibly inspirational to those that are listening from her generation and generation behind her. When I think about the first time, and I don't know why it took me so long, but I remember the first time I shared the story that my upbringing, neither one of my parents went to college. I was the first graduate in my family. First generation college graduate in my family. Grew up in a blue collar community. People say, wow, now you're serving on 3 boards. You've had all of these successes. The point is what Jamie said before, limitless with the right resilience, grit, and influence, we can accomplish anything that we want to. And some people might say, oh, that's kind of cliche. No, it's not. We can accomplish anything that we set our mind to and that we plan for and we take steps towards and that we have the right support system around us to accomplish that. So I leave you with leave it better than how you found it for the next generation. And that's asking those difficult questions, being intentional. And last but not least, let's share our stories and let's celebrate our stories because that will let those around us say, oh, wait a minute, that's me. I can do this. And if that is the greatest satisfaction I personally get from all the things I've done in my career and all the awards and recognition, the biggest satisfaction is when someone says, thank you for sharing that because that's my story. And now I feel I can do it.
That's great. Myrna, I loved how you used the line in a very assertive way just now. And I picked up the difference in inflection right away. And that was when you said, you know, it's limitless, right? You're quoting what Jamie said, you're agreeing with what Jamie said. And then you said, for some that sounds cliche, and you're like, no, it's not, right? I mean, that power right there is what I want people to experience and feel, right? And really just hold on to because that's true. No, it's not. It's how you're going to navigate this journey and how you're going to believe in yourself, right? And do all the things we're talking about. So I loved how you got very assertive in that point. I'm like, yes, Myrna, preach. Love it. All right. So over to you, Lupe, the same question, right? What responsibility do you feel you have in continue to evolve our community?
Oh my goodness. Every day I take it with great pride. At JP Morgan, I actually run our Hispanic and technology community in partnership with a really good, I would say, mentor. His name is Miguel. So if he's out in the crowd, personal thank you. Always challenging our thoughts. Myrna, what you just said, like, no, it's not. I actually took it as there's a little bit of punch in there, right? Like, take hold of yourself because it's not, and straighten yourself up. So I do quite a bit of work advising women and men who are Hispanics professionally and personally, even within the family, outside of the family, through my church associations, through other organizations I'm involved with. I think that's super important. I love the whole pull up, but I encourage everybody to think about lifting up. I think there's many times in our community, especially recently, where we're all troubled with what we hear about COVID, how it's impacting our community. So for all of us that are energized from this conversation, I would suggest I challenge you all, probably slightly, because I think we already do it, but to think outside of our comfort zone, go beyond, reach beyond that network, reach beyond your immediate, go-to, and see if you can influence in those other communities so that you are their encouragement.
Great. And I love how you end that, right? It's the encouragement. How do we continue to do that? And to your point at Lift, right? I know that Myrna is saying in HITEC is push up, pull up, right? And we have to also continue to think about exactly as we're pushing up, how are we lifting and how we doing all these things. So it's all the same message. It's just how we want to wrap it, right? So thank you for that, Lupe. That's spot on. We're going to go to take questions, but before we do that, Myrna, I don't like to leave people hanging, right? So you threw out there, you teased the team thing. And I said, yeah, we'll get back to that. I don't think you realized I meant today.
Okay.
So before we start going to the questions that I know we're going to start seeing them is, can you share just briefly, right, what your sort of focus is around the teaming that you have in your life and how you set that up?
Sure. I will be revealing and personal in responding to this. So when I think of the whole concept that we were talking about, teams, the exercise that Jamie did with her husband, going back to the work-life balance / what I believe is more like work-life choices. I have said on stage many occasions that there is no way that I would have been able to accomplish everything that I have been able to accomplish without the support of my spouse. And my spouse and I came up with something, it must have been about 5 or 6 years ago, actually right before we got legally married. And we combined the two first letters of our last names. Mine is Soto, hers is Pascual. And we made it Team Sopa. And Sopa because what is Sopa? For us, it's a soup. It's the ingredients of all the things of just greatness that come together when you cook a soup. And that team has just propelled me beyond belief. Now, that team is just not the two of us. There are tons of people, many of which are listening to this session right now because I got a couple text messages saying, oh, I know which team you're talking about. Many people on that are listening to this session that are part of that team. And that's why we say, wow, isn't this incredible how the letters of our last names equal una sopa. And that is just, to us, that's just the most beautiful thing. And it has caught on like wildfire. Hashtag Team Sopa. You'll find it out there and you'll see some interesting things. But I'm a firm believer that teaming is the only way that we're going to be successful. Number one, we talk about push up, pull up. It's about this team pushing and pulling up those of us around us for opportunities, for that open door, for that endorsement, for that reference. And don't underestimate the informal team, your network, people that will be your sponsor that you don't even know are sponsoring you. Those are the best ones. People that speak about you when you're not in the room and support your journey. It's an incredible, powerful thing.
Thank you for sharing that, Myrna, because yes, very familiar with Team Sopa. I've benefited from Team Sopa with all the events. So thank you for that. So as we go to the questions, right, just again, as I think about how to wrap this up, we think about, Jamie's point, opportunities are limitless, right? Believe in yourself. Lupe with, continue to lift and really think about how do you continue to sort of solve for yourself and everyone around you and just have that space. And Myrna, your push up, pull up and how we continue to have to be influential and courageous, right? You and Lupe both talked about courage, which is so incredibly important. I mean, there's so much to summarize here, but I can't do that now because we're going to get to questions. Now, here's the thing with transparency, right? My eyes are not what they used to be, so I got to lean over to read these questions coming in. So bear with me as I try to adjust my eyes here. And no comments from anybody, thank you. So as one of the questions that's coming in is, the role of others is to be our CEO. Is that CEO the way we think about it? But our chief encouragement officer. So as we think of it from that perspective, they learn to be, cheerleaders. How can we assist those in our professional lives to be our chief encouragement officers, our CEOs? I think any of you could take that on, but I'm going to go to Lupe because this came from your organization, and I want your people to hear from you exactly how to make that happen. And then Myrna and Jamie, feel free to add on. So Lupe, over to you.
Sure. Well, I'm going to piggyback off Myrna. She just said we have to be more vocal, and so did you, Nellie, about who we are, where we came from, share our personal experiences, our life stories. I think we have a tendency not to do that, and now is the time to do that. I encourage everybody to do that. Once you do that, that's your first step in building a relationship. And frankly, it might open the doors to other people that just didn't even know that about yourself. I know, learned from me, it took me a long time to do that. I always thought, oh, I have to have this professional demeanor, separating the lives, personal from professional. I don't even know how to do that anymore, everybody. So I think the more personal you are, the better it will be. I literally just had a phone call where it was very clear to me the person needed encouragement, and the person actually encouraged me repeatedly over the past few years. So I knew right away he needed it, and I needed to invest in that encouragement, meaning a bit of my own brand, my own just who I am, has nothing to do with who I am at JP Morgan, who I am in my family, just who I am with integrity. How can I help him? Help him get to where he needs to be and where he wants to go. So I think the more you share, the better off we'll all be. And of course, that means we have to be comfortable in our own vulnerability. Not everybody's a superpower, great human being all day long. It takes a village. So I would suggest that we all think about that, just being a little more comfortable in ourselves and our authentic selves.
Yep, sharing those stories. Before I go to the next one, Jamie or Myrna, anything you want to add quickly to that regarding that question?
I'll just quickly underscore, Lupe. I'm totally with you. There was a time in which I thought work was here, personal was here, and there was this big wall between the two of them. And it took a lot of courage on my part to be vulnerable at work and to share some of these stories at work. I'll recommend the TED Talk, The Power of Vulnerability, for all of you out there. You need a little bit more of a push, but we all need this connection right now, right? And these are the stories, and letting people in to see who you really are and why you are the way you are is what helps us all connect.
Mm-hmm. Great. Myrna, I welcome you adding, but I'm actually going to go to this question for you. So maybe you can combine the two. This next question is, in your opinion, what is the power of mentorship for our community? How do you advise us to seek for mentorship? How do you find a mentor? That's a lot of questions in one. So again, Lupe and Jamie, feel free to add on. But Myrna, let's start with you.
Sounds good. And I'm actually watching myself in one of the gallery views. So I may appear frozen, and I am going to say I am not, just in case you see me frozen. So the power of mentoring and sponsorship, I think, is one of the things that we haven't really been able to take advantage of to its full potential for our community. I think when we think about the CEO question, sometimes people don't even realize the power they can have to be our mentors until we actually approach them and ask them for advice. And we encourage them to share and say, hey, I know that you've gone through this before. Please tell me, how did you do it? What advice would you have? And here's the reality. This is not about ego. This is not about anything other than the fact I mentioned earlier, my greatest satisfaction is learning about someone who hears a story and is able to be inspired by it. You know, don't be afraid. People want you to be successful. I think there's this strange perception that people don't want to help, or they're too busy, or this, that, and the other. I think that when we give people the respect and acknowledge their accomplishments, they immediately are open to saying, hey, here's what I did, here's how I can help you. But I think that sponsorship and mentorship is an extremely powerful, and I have to give kudos to HITEC because we're all about that. You know, we have our Emerging Executives program where we do the mentor assignments, and we have a ton of informal mentoring opportunities. But I would also encourage us to seek mentors outside of our community as well, because that mentorship relationship is a two-way street. Not only do we learn from a mentor, but guess what? That mentor learns from us. And if we really want to make a change in what the future looks like for our community, it starts with getting people outside of our community to learn more about us and to understand us more. And I think that that's a keen way of kind of being very versatile in how we look for mentorship. But unequivocally, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I know many other individuals that are part of the HITEC community, we feel a responsibility to make sure that we give our community the leg up, the push up, the pull up, and to make sure that we share our experiences for that very purpose. But just like we talk about diversity, diversify your mentors.
Absolutely. I think that's an excellent point. And I have another question I want to get to, and I know we're running out of time, but before I do that, Jamie or Lupe, anything you want to add to the mentorship question? No, we're good. All right. So let me move on. So this is the last question, unfortunately, because we're going to run out of time, but showing up with resilience, grit, and power every day takes a lot of energy, mentally, physically, and emotionally. I couldn't agree more. How and when do you rest and restore so that you can maintain momentum towards your personal and professional goals? Now, I know we're limited with time, but I must have all three of you say a few things around this, right? I think this is really a great question. So, Jamie, I'm going to start with you. We know it's draining. How do you recover? How do you pause?
What a great question. I pause by trying to get back to nature. I love getting back to nature. I love going on that hike. I love getting out to the beach. You can see my reminder of the beach here behind me. Just centering myself and seeing the beauty of the world, the bigger world around me. Having that helps me recenter, right? Spending quality time with my family and loved ones, right? Helps me sort of recenter myself. It's not easy to always remember to do that because again, we're go, 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 go. I love the tornado of love thing that you mentioned, Nellie. I aspire to being a tornado of love. Maybe I'm just a tornado right now. So that's what helps me sort of ground myself and helps me remember of the bigger everything, right? Bigger than me, bigger than my day-to-day.
Love it, Jamie. Thank you. Lupe, over to you.
Yeah, I literally just had to do it. I was a tornado and I needed to center myself. I took 2 days off. Literally, I know I need 2 days off because I know the one day isn't going to cut it for me because the mind is still swirling. So it was that second day where I became at peace and have to get away. I just do. Meaning either in a spot in my home or I go out and walk. I'm an avid walker and I do it on my own. I absolutely need that alone time. So where do I find it? Sometimes it's at 11 o'clock at night, everybody. But I don't go to bed early, or sometimes it could be at 4:30 in the morning. If you want to get that tactical, that's exactly what I do.
Yeah. So you're intentional about it. You're disciplined to do it, and you're okay with doing something on your own, not feeling like you can't, do that, right? You take the time. Love that as well. Love getting back to nature. Myrna, take us home here with this last question, and I'm going to close. But over to you, Myrna.
Yeah, I just have to reiterate what's already been shared. I have a motto: work hard, play harder, because play is my recharge. Just like your phone needs to get plugged in. For me, spending time with friends, family, entertaining, doing those type of things is my ability to recharge. However, I will admit, it's been some time since I've unplugged. This has been a very difficult year. So I think the question and the responses from our panelists is going to inspire me to unplug next month and recharge my batteries. I do want to make one quick comment. The CEO also stands for the Chief Entertainment Officer. I learned that from the previous HITEC president. And when I unplug and play, I tend to be the CEO of entertainment. Last but not least, Angela Duckworth wrote a book on grit, and she talks about how hard it is to continue to show up with grit. I encourage you guys to take a look and take a read. She's not a Latina, but she is a minority, so there's a lot of things that have adjacencies to us.
Wonderful. Before I give you all three a big thank you, I just want to say two things. For those of you that are listening today and want to share your story, we want to collect those stories. So in the comments section, you will see an email for Susana Ramirez, who is a powerhouse within herself, and send your stories over to her, and HITEC will collect them and share. So before I say a big thank you to these powerful women, I want to share with you something that I heard last week at an event that I was leading as well. And I was interviewing an author of a book, and one of the lines in her book that stood out to me was that sometimes we are way too focused on the end. And if that's the case, we don't get past the beginning. So for those of you, and I probably didn't do a whole lot of justice to that line, but you get the essence of it, right? If there are plans you have and things you want to do, stop thinking about it from the perspective of the end, because otherwise you'll never get past the beginning. So as we think about what we all shared here today with Lupe, Jamie, and Myrna, I feel inspired by what I've heard. I feel a sense of connection by what I heard. I feel the energy, although we are virtual, I feel the energy of this panel. So I hope you have all felt that as well. It is about being authentic, using our platform, whatever that platform is. And Myrna was clear around that. It could be anything. It is about being courageous, as Lupe shared. It is with Jamie about believing in yourself. So with the 30 seconds I have left, thank you all for being part of this today, for choosing to be here with us. Myrna, Lupe, and Jamie, keep leading, keep sharing that energy, because we need you. And we are so proud of all three of you. So thank you, everyone. Have a good day. Take care.
With a bang, energy and change came to every part of our universe. Seismic or small, it continues.
Change is all around us. Shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Welcome to the 2021 HITEC Spring Virtual Leadership Summit. Our program will begin in 1 minute.
No lo sea mañana. He ahí el valor del momento. He ahí el presente perfecto. La oportunidad te llega. Tú verás si te montas en ella. Agárrate fuerte y ya no te sueltes. Ríe.
Welcome to day 2 of the HITEC Spring Virtual Leadership Summit. Thank you for being with us as we discuss our summit theme, Our Digital Future Accelerated. The summit is possible thanks to all the HITEC partners and primarily our host sponsor, JP Morgan Chase & Co. To kick us off for day 2, please welcome back HITEC President Omar Duque.
Thank you, and welcome back, HITEC Familia, for day 2 of our Spring Leadership Summit, sponsored by JP Morgan Chase. And Nelly, I do too. I feel the energy. I hope all of you had a great day. yesterday, and I hope you're able to take advantage of our networking opportunities to connect with other fellow high-tech leaders. I want to quickly remind you that in addition to the networking sessions, you can connect with other attendees one-on-one right here in the event platform. On the left-hand side, scroll down to attendees, find the person you want to connect with, and click Add. Once they accept your invitation to connect, you can begin chatting by clicking on Connections on the left side of your screen. Also, if at any time you can't find something you're looking for in the platform, try refreshing your browser, as our team is adding and moving features constantly behind the scenes. And I want to remind you to rate our sessions. Tell us what you think of our speakers and our program. For those of you who were just with us for the Women's Forum presented by Accenture, what a powerful conversation about showing up with resilience, grit, and power. Thank you to Nelly, Mirna, Lupe, and Jamie for that impactful conversation. I'm not gonna lie, I learned, I was inspired, and more than once got pretty emotional. Thank you to Accenture for your ongoing support of HITEC and for continuing to drive inclusion and diversity. Yesterday, I talked about HITEC's vision to connect, inspire, and grow influential Hispanic technology executives while developing the next generation of leaders. And I talked about how HITEC exists to help you connect with other leaders and to help you grow professionally. Today, I want to challenge each and every person joining us. Ask yourself, what am I doing? And how much more can I do? And I also want to note that we can't gather and talk about how we're going to advance our community and stand silent when our Asian sisters and brothers are under attack, when racial and social injustice continues to strain our communities. And so I challenge you again to ask, how are you showing up? How are you going to be an ally? And how are we all going to lift each other up? And so I leave you with that thought. And it's a perfect segue to our next conversation. In this next session, JP Morgan Chase will talk about their $30 billion commitment to help close America's racial wealth gap in Black and Latino communities. Please welcome from JP Morgan Chase, Alice Rodriguez, Managing Director, and Carolina Giannicelli, Managing Director.
Hello, my name is Carolina Giannicelli, and I am thrilled to have the opportunity to be able to join you at the Hispanic IT Executive Council Summit. I am here today with my colleague, Alice Rodriguez, to tell you a little bit about JP Morgan Chase's Community Impact Organization and the Path Forward commitment that the Community Impact Organization is charged with overseeing. My role in the Community Impact Organization is to lead the implementation of the $30 billion Path Forward commitment to advance racial equity. I've been at JP Morgan Chase since the beginning of my career. I've had many different roles in the investment bank, in the private bank, and I will tell you that right now I feel I have one of the best jobs in the company, because this is truly a purpose-driven type of work, and I could not be more excited and happier to be doing this at this moment in time, not just for my career, but what we've been experiencing in the world over the past several months. I am now going to introduce my colleague, Alice Rodriguez, who leads the Community Impact Organization, and I will let her give a quick introduction, and then we're going to jump into a few questions.
Hey, thank you, Carolina. And like you, I have the best job ever as I think about how I am rounding out my career. So I have been with JP Morgan Chase for the last 34 years. I started my career in commercial loan ops. I've had the opportunity to work in the consumer bank and the business bank, in Chase Wealth. And again, now this wonderful opportunity to lead all of our Path Forward initiatives.
That's wonderful, Alice. And, this truly is a purpose-driven mission for you. Tell us a little bit about how it came to be, because you were practically retired and you actually decided to stick around a little longer to put together this team and lead the formation of this amazing initiative.
That's right, Carolina. I had actually announced my retirement in early 2020. And, I've had, as I just mentioned, just an incredible career here, but I felt like it was time for me to pivot. I have a lot of goals as it relates to serving the community. And in fact, I am the chairwoman of the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and was going to put a lot of my attention and focus there. But I did get a call from my boss, Tasanda Duckett, about 3 weeks before my retirement date, asking me if I would delay my retirement to lead these efforts. And of course, she gave me, enough time to think about it, but I really didn't have to take that much time because I felt that this was such an opportunity to not only give back, but to leave a legacy around, how we could really change the place. In other words, really look at all of our lines of business and figure out how do we change the pipes so that we have meaningful and sustainable change as it relates to advancing racial equity. And that was an opportunity that I wanted to be a part of.
Absolutely. And I guess the headline of this effort, which has been heavily covered by multiple media channels since it was first announced in October of 2020, is this historic JP Morgan $30 billion commitment to advance racial equity. So can you share fundamentally with the audience, what is this $30 billion commitment all about, and what are its key components?
Absolutely. So let's take a step back here and remember that the whole mission and goal here is to advance racial equity, full stop. And specifically how you advance racial equity for Blacks and Hispanics. And people might ask the question, well, why is that? Why do we have this very specific focus? Well, when you look at the wealth divide in this country, there's a pretty big chasm when you look at a white household compared to a Latino household compared to a Black household. So for instance, when you look at the most recent FDIC median net worth numbers for a white household in America, it's $188,000. For a Latino household, it's $36,000, and for a Black household, it's $24,000. That's a pretty big divide here, and that's why you hear a lot going on in our country about how do we really deal with this wealth divide in our country. Well, you got to start by looking at what are the key drivers of wealth creation. One of them is home ownership. Another one is savings, long-term savings, particularly retirement savings. Another one is intergenerational wealth transfer. We chose as an organization to really look at home ownership and entrepreneurship, which is also one of the drivers of wealth creation, specifically in the Latinx and the Black community, to see where we can make a difference. And that's why when you hear the $30 billion commitment, the majority of the commitment really is on lending. So it's lending on the housing side, both from a supply side as well as on the demand side. So in other words, all of the developers that focus in on affordable rentals, that's one group. We've got a $14 billion commitment there in terms of lending to those developers. Then we have a $12 billion commitment to the demand side. So these are people that are looking to become homeowners. So $8 billion of that number is for purchases, $4 billion of that is for a refinance. And then we've got a $2 billion commitment on lending to small business owners, minority small business owners. Again, understanding that in order for people to create wealth in this country, they have to have access to this capital. And so a very significant part of the commitment, again, is to lending. And then we've got $2 billion that is committed from a corporate responsibility side. And then we have an investment that we're making from a financial health perspective, because we all know that you have to have a good foundation as you are going on that journey to home ownership. So everything from really understanding your credit score, improving your credit score, understanding savings, how you build wealth through savings so that you are ready for that moment of homeownership.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. I think you laid it out quite clearly. And thank you for grounding us on the why. I think that has been an important part of the work is to raise awareness internally and externally that there is, in fact, and this is what the data tells us, a racial chasm when it comes to wealth creation, income levels, home ownership, et cetera. One of the statistics that really stands out to me is that currently the difference, the gap between Black home ownership and white home ownership in the United States is at 30%, which is a wider gap than it was years ago when home lending discrimination was legal. So that just says that despite the fact that the laws have changed, and I'm referring to redlining laws in the past that were inherently racist and discriminatory, the home ownership gap has actually widened, and we see those statistics play out consistently where Latinos and Black consumers in this country really are at a disadvantage. I mean, the impact of COVID-19 obviously has put this in stark relief. It really was important for us to acknowledge that, to acknowledge inherent racist policies, systems, that really the time has come to call them out and to acknowledge the need to change how we operate. Another, I think, exciting, I guess, development or innovation that I'm seeing that I think is worth sharing with the group, just sort of to illustrate what this looks like, is that FICO scores are inherently racist in that they disproportionately disfavor or harm people of color in the fact that they're kind of difficult to change. That if you have a couple of years of financial troubles, it really hurts your score, and it's very difficult to change. And to see banks coming together, working with regulators to identify alternative sources to evaluate credit and to assess credit worthiness using alternative sources of data, and how that might actually open up credit opportunities for people that today don't have them is really exciting to see, and really gets at the heart of what's going on in the system that perpetuates disadvantages for people of color. So I think that, in addition to the large capital commitment to lend, as you well said, there's also this commitment to put a new lens in how we evaluate our business so that this change is sustainable and durable.
I think that's right, Carolina. And that's why I think it was very clever to create the Community Impact Organization, because the Community Impact Organization is being treated just like a business. We've aligned all of those goals under the umbrella of this organization. We have measurements, we have MIS, we have transparency, we have reporting. And then I love what you just said about like the new lens, or another lens that we should be putting on so that we can understand whether or not we are creating some unintended consequences. And so I think of our group as a group that is really looking at the pipes of the place. So, we're organized around lines of business, but we also know that we serve communities. So how do you match up like the verticals, so to speak, or the strategy of the line of business with that of the pain points of a very specific community, and have a horizontal lens and a horizontal plan? And so I really feel like having our group and challenging the status quo, because I think that ultimately this is all about, changing the way we do business. And I think if we keep peeling back that onion and peeling back that onion, we're going to find some great opportunities. And I think it would be great for you to share with the audience, like an example in your role. It's so critical as you really take those strategies and try to integrate them horizontally, like that integration and implementation can pay off in some big ways. So I think the audience would benefit maybe from a couple of examples thus far that your team has really uncovered that changed that lens a little bit.
Sure, and as I've sort of called out since we started working, we announced the Path Forward commitment as a big, large $30 billion target over 5 years on a national level. But as we all know, national is not a place. National is a concept. It's an abstraction that's a very helpful business tool to help us think about perhaps a business strategy. But the purpose of this work is to impact the communities locally. So a big part of the role of translating this commitment into actionable plans that have impact is to localize the Path Forward commitments across cities, specific cities that we've identified that collectively represent a large concentration of Black and Latino Americans in this country that are underserved. Mm-hmm. So for example, if we take, say, the city of Houston, right, which is one of our priority cities, the way we go about this is we do a deep dive into the city of Houston to really understand where are the biggest problems perpetuating the wealth gap. Well, one of the things we've learned is that there is a tremendous affordable housing crisis in Houston. There is just very little and continuously diminishing housing stock inventory, literally spaces, affordable places for people to live. Most people wouldn't know this unless they were in the field, but Hurricane Harvey, for example, that incident alone wiped out 25% of Houston's affordable housing stock. And if you layer on top of that just the sort of continuous hum of for-profit real estate development, where if in the absence of policy, developers might just not be incentivized to continue to build and preserve affordable housing, well, then you have a crisis. And it just gets more acute and more pronounced. So as Alice mentioned at the beginning, affordable housing on the supply side is one of our pillars. And we are, harnessing all the resources of our firm and all the different parts of our firm that focus on affordable housing to identify what projects we can lend to help preserve and develop new affordable housing stock, for example, in the city of Houston. Another example of what this looks like is an analysis of the unbanked or underbanked populations in the cities that we focus on. So sticking with Houston as an example, most people would be surprised to learn that 1/3 of Houston residents are unbanked or underbanked. That means that 1/3 of Houston's population either don't have a bank account or rely on our alternative sources or alternative providers of financial services to fulfill their banking needs. And by that, I'm referring to payday lenders or check cashers that are, quite expensive. And, an alternative that unfortunately does not help integrate the users of those providers into the banking system, which is critical because if you don't have an active checking account, then you're really not even taking the first step to build a credit history that could then lend to more traditional and affordable sources of credit. So those are a couple of examples of what this work looks like on the ground and how we're bringing to bear our resources to help alleviate this. So on the financial health side, which is the example I just shared about unbanked and underbanked, one of our initiatives is to bring to the community solutions for low-cost checking accounts that can help consumers start their path towards, having a healthy, functioning, a banking relationship that can help them begin to build that credit history that could then perhaps lead to a starter credit card, that could then lead to a car loan, that can eventually, get you at the place where, you could get a mortgage. So that's what this looks like on the ground. And, like I said, we've identified roughly 25 very particular cities where we have great concentration of, minorities in need of support. But of course, we're looking at the whole country, and we're confident that we'll be able to identify and have the ability to impact as many cities as we identify have a deep need along the way. So Alice, I believe that we are coming to our time. Are there any additional thoughts you'd like to share with the audience before we close?
Carolina, I am just so proud of our organization, JP Morgan Chase, for taking a real strong leadership role in trying to solve this equation for the country. And I think it's imperative. I think that JP Morgan Chase is the right organization to do that. And I think that we have like the best resources and access, right, to the best asset to make this happen. I really firmly believe that you can change the trajectory of someone's life in a generation. You just can. And I've seen it in my own life. Like, I feel like I stand on the shoulders of giants. I really do. My grandmother did not read or write. My mother went up to the 6th grade and didn't attend high school. She later got her GED, by the way, when she was in her mid-50s, which I was always so proud of her for. But my point being that, I was the first one in my family to graduate from college. And, very similar to you, Catalina, I only worked one other job for 1 year out of college and then joined the firm. And so I really believe that the knowledge that I gained in working for a financial services organization is what helped me to think about wealth creation. Otherwise, I don't think it would have come naturally. It wasn't something that we were talking about at the dinner table in the evenings when, I was having dinner with my family. So I say all of this just to say that that is another reason that I decided to stay, is that I feel like I owe it to give back what I know. And that, again, I feel like we're going to make some very important sustainable change. And that ultimately it is about changing the way we do business. And that if we do this right, to be honest, you don't need the community impact organization anymore, because it's going to be embedded in all of our lines of business.
Absolutely. Well, Alice, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts today. Thank you for deciding to stick around and build this incredible team and lead this incredible effort. I and many others are grateful, and I am very excited about the impact that I have no doubt this amazing effort will make. It won't be easy. Change is not easy, but I think we're set up for success. And we have the full force and support of JP Morgan Chase behind this effort. So there is reason for hope that if we work together and we stick to it, things can be more equitable and better for Black and Latinos in the United States. So with that, I will say thank you so much to the Hispanic IT Executive Council for inviting us to join your summit today. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
And now, for the time-honored tradition of the HITEC check-in, here are some greetings from a few of our event attendees. In the spirit of the traditional HITEC check-in, at our in-person summits, let us know who is here and what country you're from via the chat feature. And if you're new to HITEC, let us know also. We would love to welcome you and give you the proper bienvenidos to the HITEC familia.
Good morning. My name is Marlene Gibson. I'm an Information Security Director at McKesson based in Texas. While I was born in the United States, I consider myself Peruvian.
Good morning. My name is Mike Cáceres. I'm the head of data science software engineering at MassMutual, and I am originally from Argentina.
Good morning. My name is Warrington Salvas, and I'm a business analysis manager at Cisco Systems, and I'm from Brazil.
Good morning. My name is Vanina Mangano. I'm the Director of Enterprise Security Governance for Microsoft. While I live in Southern California, I was born in Argentina.
Hello, HITEC community. My name is Ricardo Duque. I'm a Cisco Meraki Solutions Architect, and I'm from Colombia.
Hello, tech participants. This is Enrique Brime. I work at Cisco. I'm a Partnered Alliance executive, and I was born and raised in Mexico City. Greetings from Miami.
Hello, I'm Danilo Araújo. I'm part of AWS Latin America and participating this year in HITEC Emerging Executive Program. Really glad to be part of it. Based out of Valinhos, São Paulo, Brazil. Really glad to be here with you guys. Let's have a great event. Obrigado.
Hola mi gente, Jesus Rosamena, Executive Director at JP Morgan Chase. Proud to be part of the HITEC familia y soy cubano.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Martinez. I'm Executive Director at JP Morgan Chase in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and I'm responsible for the technology teams. Looking forward to participating in this meeting. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Brandon Medina, and I'm a Global Technology, Diversity, and Inclusion Program Manager at JP Morgan Chase, and I'm a Puerto Riqueño from the Bronx, New York.
Hello everyone, my name is Henry Bowles. I'm the Head of Incident and Escalation Management at Google, and also an Emerging Executive Program 2021 Fellow. I was born and raised in New York City, and proudly of Puerto Rican descent, and I look forward to networking and meeting many of you.
Buen día, HITEC. My name is Raúl Venencia. I am from Argentina, currently living in San Francisco, California. I am a site reliability engineer working at Thousand Eyes, now part of Cisco. Happy to meet you all.
Good day. My name is Ovidio Ruiz. I am an automation software engineer at JP Morgan Chase, and I am from Puerto Rico.
Hello, HITEC familia. My name is Sandy Esquivel, and I'm an Assistant Director of Technology Adoption for Northwestern Mutual. As you can see by my background, I'm American by birth, but Mexican in mi sangre and en mi alma.
Hola familia, this is Ernesto Espinosa. I'm a Senior Experience Designer at Northwestern Mutual, and my country of origin is Mexico. So, nice to meet you guys.
Hello. My name is Walter Borges. I am a co-founder of a small IT services firm called Simpatica, along with my brother. I was born here in Virginia, and my parents were born in La Habana, Cuba. Happy to be here. Ciao.
Hola, HITEC. My name is Omar Capaceri from Cisco Systems, and I am from La Isla del Encanto, Puerto Rico.
Hello, HITEC. My name is Jose Acosta. I'm a support manager with Northwestern Mutual, and I'm representing the United States, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Puerto Rico.
Hi everyone, my name is Katrina April. I lead the Systems and Tools team supporting sales and marketing at Twitter. And I'm second generation Mexican American on my dad's side, first generation Filipina American on my mom's.
Hola familia, mi nombre es Raúl Díaz, and I'm the manager for the Technology Service Center for Northwestern Mutual. I was born in New York y soy dominicano.
Hola HITEC familia, my name is Alberto Montilla. I am Director of Product Management at Cisco and a proud Venezuelan.
Good morning, my name is Mauricio Lasso. I'm a Partner Business Manager at Microsoft Corporation. I was born and raised in Bolivia, and this is my first HITEC, and I'm very excited. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mildred San Martin. I work for Microsoft. I'm a Business Program Manager in the Core Services and Engineering team, and I'm from Venezuela.
Hola familia, my name is Jason Herrera. I work at JP Morgan Chase, and I am of both Cuban and Spanish descent.
Hello, my name is Christopher Dominich. I'm the Digital Transformation and Operations Strategy Senior Manager for Lockheed Martin Rotary and Mission Systems. I'm a Cuban American, and I'm so glad to be here.
And now, a word from our partners.
Well, things are different these days, but we're figuring it out. We're doing school online now, learning a lot. Come in. Finding cool stuff to watch. Dad's got some new workout buddies. And I still get to spend time with you.
Okay, now we're gonna put the sugar.
And now, for the state of remote work in 2021 and beyond, please welcome Álvaro Celis, HITEC board member and Vice President, Worldwide Devices and Consumer Channel Sales, Microsoft.
Hello, familia. Hope you are having a great conference today. It's such an uplifting and warm check-in, and it's an honor to be here today with Vanessa to have a chat about the state of remote work. Vanessa, welcome.
Thanks, Alvaro. It's great to be here with the HITEC family. My name is Vanessa Burnaby. I am the Vice President of Talent Acquisition for Product and Technology at Workday, and very privileged to be here with all of you. Alvaro?
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. Well, you know, as our announcer kindly introduced me, my name is Álvaro Celis, and I'm at Microsoft. I'm Venezuelan. I have the honor to be part of the HITEC board of directors, and I'm also at Microsoft run our device business at the global level. So it's an exciting time to be talking about remote work. Hey, Vanessa, let's kick it off. And I imagine this is such a hot topic for everyone, right? What we're experiencing every day, working from home and working remotely. And one question that I thought will be great for us to tackle at the beginning is how these shifts are being embraced. I mean, how companies are reacting, how people are reacting to it. What have you seen?
Yeah, I think it's such a good question. I think there is still a big question that will remain around how we think about this in the future. Is the company going to dictate the way that we work based on what they want for the business? Or is the employee going to really dictate and say, no, this is the way that I want to work? I will say from what we have experienced in the last year, what we know now, companies are really trying to provide as many mechanisms to support employees in their work from home, with their families as well. When we think about all of the collaboration and tools that we are offering our employees. And I think, you know, moving forward as companies are starting to talk about moving back into offices, we're really going to have to focus on enabling our people leaders, on helping them think about the moments that matter for in-person collaboration and how we move away from, you know, FaceTime equaling performance, because there are still so many unknowns that people leaders are going to have to figure out. And if companies don't really put the focus on the enablement there, the people leaders will ultimately become this invisible hand that will impact the company's culture moving forward. How are you and your teams thinking about this?
Yeah, no, I think that you're spot on. I think that we still have many questions ahead. We recently did, we at Microsoft had the privilege to have interactions with millions of users and companies around the world. And, you know, recently we did some surveys to try to understand the mindset and how the world to come is shaping. And even though today we think about, hey, 2020 was a year where the work moved to the home, actually what happened is that all the work moved into the cloud, right? And everything now is happening digitally. So when talking to our customers, what we have seen is like 80% of the managers expect that moving forward, there will be more flexibility. There will be a different setup, and there will be more flexibility for employees. And actually 70% of the employees are actually expecting that to be the new norm, right? So I think that right now we have done a fun work as an industry, as a society, to adjust to this reality with the pandemic. But somehow the playing field has been leveled because most of us are remote. There's a majority remote. And it's going to be an extremely interesting and somehow messy transition to a new phase where there will be hybrid approaches, right? And that's where the multi-billion-dollar question on how do we make that happen and what will be the new norm. The way we're thinking about it is kind of on three big levels or three buckets. One is, how do you enable the right employee experience first and foremost for people? How do they engage and connect? How do we keep working on their well-being? We know that this pandemic has revealed many aspects that become more relevant than ever for our people. And how do you enable them to be, keep growing and making an impact on their careers, on their aspirations, on their lives? In the other hand, you enable teams to really work and collaborate, because you still need aid, you need to debate, you need to create new products, serve your customers, keep the business running. And the last, not least important, is how do you do that in an environment that is highly distributed in a secure and trusted way, right? How do we enable that? And I think those three elements are the ones that we've been working, and we see conversations moving very rapidly on trying to define the new norm across our customer base.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And I assume with your focus on the devices unit, how is Microsoft or your customers thinking about real estate and how they're going to incorporate devices into that return to hybrid or remote work?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that has been one of the areas where we have been working the most intensively over the last the few months, actually, technology-wise, and creating the products, working with our partners to create the right portfolios and solutions, and also serving the customers. And look, when you look at the trends, what we believe is going on is facilities that are, physical spaces are becoming now digital workspaces. What used to be your corporate culture now becomes a digital culture. What used to be business travel, especially for sales and customer engagement, is becoming now digital sales. What used to be in-person events, seminars, engagements now are mostly digital engagement. Look at this experience we're having right now, right? Look, even at the personal level, what used to be a doctor visit now is telehealth. And that is redefining so deeply what is really possible to be doing remote. That is opening a whole myriad of conversations around how companies should redefine their layouts with your question. And part of the work that we're doing, and again, we have an incredible amount of energy on this topic all over the world, is how do you retrofit what used to be the conference room? How do you retrofit what used to be the collaboration spaces to accommodate those virtual meetings where by definition you will have remote attendance? And there will be a mix. So you need to guarantee that the experiences that people will have in those synchronous collaboration moments are the right ones. So we're talking about multiple screens, being able to have technology that through AI and automation will help you with note-taking, will help you with recordings, will help you, if you cannot attend the meeting, come back and actually look the transcript of what happened, who said what are the action items, what did I miss if I couldn't be in person at the moment when that happened because I'm in the other part of the world, for example. And also technologies that will allow you to co-create and collaborate in room and remote in a seamless way. From simple things like, hey, how do you have a digital whiteboard where you can, go to the whiteboard and draw on the screen in the room, but also at the same time get the input and co-creation with people that are remote. And enabling that through digital means has been a big part of the work. And there's the pace of innovation on the devices to enable that and the software and cloud technologies to do that in a secure, reliable way, protecting the information, encrypting the messaging, the communications, protecting the right information for the company as well, is a big part of the work that we're doing today.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. I've also, like talking to Workday and some other customers, hearing around putting sensors within offices so that they really can get a sense of what their employees are doing, how they're really utilizing the space so that they can continue to evolve that space into what makes the most sense for the employees and how they want to work today. Is Microsoft doing any of that?
No, absolutely. We even have part of the technologies that we are including into the room experience will allow you to have not only the attendance, but how do you keep capacity to be sure that you can keep social distancing, because you need to be aware of the space that you have. Hands-free approach. So you can activate the meeting, you can activate some of that collaboration, either full-on devices, so they don't need to interacting with shared spaces, physical devices or things that will be in the room used by multiple people, or even being able to activate things by voice and gestures, right? And having, actually, we just did some work that was fascinating with special mic arrays that will allow you to follow the presenter, no matter who he is, and recognizing who's talking and transcribing directly, so you can recognize people in there. And all those things are around how do you use technology, and again, AI, automation, security, with that collaboration and really empower human creativity. Because we know that the real force behind information is people, but we also know that more work doesn't mean more output. So what you need to do is enable the way of the interaction of people through the tools and technology in a way that augment human capacity and give them the flexibility to be productive and to be engaged and to be healthy in their own ways.
Yeah, I like what you're talking about with conference spaces and video conference. I think the one thing that we've all recognized over the last year is that online meetings have leveled the playing field for everybody, right? We're all equal boxes on the screen. And when we think about folks going back into the office, how do we maintain this neutral meeting space, the inclusive environment? And what I'm hearing from you with videos being able to follow people so that you can recognize the social cues from the speaker are really going to try to keep that a neutral place for folks.
No, absolutely. I mean, and one of the things that we believe is that you need to root very deeply on the human behavior of those interactions and understand what really will keep attention. And one of the things, for example, we just did, and you will see those innovations in technologies like we have with Microsoft Teams, on which we're trying to explore ways for when you're presenting, for example, you can put yourself as a presenter in front of the audience to have very visual cues. In the way you arrange the room, there will be a way for you to have visual contact with every member of the meeting on the screen, either you're in person or remote, so you can level the playing field, to your point. And also being able to understand that there's also digital fatigue going on these days, right? I mean, when you look at people on those boxes all the time, it's not the same. So how do you explore different ways to do human interaction so you can keep the engagement up? We came up with, for example, one pretty cool innovation was what we call the together mode, where you can switch. Instead of a grid, you put people in classroom sitting or stadium sitting, and that small change increases the level of awareness and the level of engagement and reduces fatigue in ways that were amazing. And all that is part of the learning and journey that we have, and other members of the industry are also in the same journey. Try to understand how do you acknowledge the importance of the human element, and you make the technology enable human factor on all these situations versus trying to rewire or accommodate humans to adapt to a technology. Look, we believe that three big trends that are going to be governing the future to come. Everything will go digital. Location has agnostic. You need to be able to level the playing field to your, but also we need to recognize that things will keep happening faster and faster because of that digitalization. So how do we make that more palatable and more friendly and more human enabled is going to be critical for the success of everyone.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, when you look at on the human resource side, on the talent side, how are you thinking about it? How are you thinking on the employee retention experiences? I know that you're deeply into the talent acquisition, and there's a lot of work doing as well with your customer base on those fronts. So what are your insights? What have you seen?
Yeah, I think this year has been transformational for how people are thinking about work and life. I think folks have realized that they don't necessarily have to give up personal dreams for their careers. For example, I have a coworker, she's always had a dream of having a horse farm. And through COVID, she was able to make that happen. She moved. She's still close enough to an office that she can come in the future when needed. It's a different office than where she was based before, but she's now realized, I don't have to sacrifice one for the other. And I do think there has been this fundamental mindset shift for folks. And so, moving forward, how do we, I think talent right now is skittish. I think they're a little unsure of how they think about new opportunities when we don't know what the future of work looks like completely yet. Do I make a change today to a new company without fully understanding the culture there? Are they going to support the personal needs that I have as an employee there? And so we're seeing more and more offers get accepted and then declined before they join the company. And competition, I think, is more fierce than I have ever seen it in my 20 years of talent acquisition. There's so much pent-up demand from last year that every company is now investing in growing their workforce. And so I think the messaging that companies have is going to be critical around how are we going to continue to support you? As you said it, right? The velocity of work has just increased. It has crept into all facets of our life. And moving forward, we're really going to have to keep that top of mind in terms of how we support work. And so I know for us, when we think about opening our offices and going to a hybrid model, it's absolutely about providing that flexibility. I think the social connections will also be key for employees and their desire to want to go into the offices, however often that is. I think productivity, right? Having the right ergonomics, reliable internet, best-in-class VC capability, and then more than anything, I think well-being, right? We have fitness centers, on-site medical, healthy snacks, meditation. And I think this is the one area that we need to see the most innovation moving forward to support our workforce.
Yeah, no, I think that you're spot on. And I believe that all of us in the technology industry have such a opportunity and a responsibility to enable these new digital cultures that are going to come. And I think that's what I believe when we had the opportunity to have this fireside chat. I was so energized because I love for us to activate the whole familia to be sure that we, in whatever part you work in the industry, that we work on those three elements about the people, the teams, and the infrastructure and security to really empower companies to have this digital culture, that we know these opportunities for time, for new experiences. How do we carry the best of the learnings that we had in these times with what we used to have before? And what is that healthy middle that we need to create where we still have human interaction, we still treasure those moments where we can be with each other in a safe and constructive way, but at the same time, we remove the friction of physical location as a leading opportunity for you to have a great career, a great experience, be a successful employee. And I think that we have a unique position to help make that change for everyone.
Yes, yeah, I agree. I think companies right now, it's a balance of what do the employees need, how do we maintain our culture, and how do we continue to support the business success. And we've seen other companies, we've seen all different approaches to this, right? Some are getting rid of their offices completely, which I don't think will work for every employee, right? If they're desperate to get back into the office and now they know they don't have a space to go be with their coworkers, even if it's, once a month, to other companies who are saying, we want all of our employees back in, and that won't necessarily work for everybody. And so I do think attrition is inevitable because everybody is in a different place of determining their priorities that they want for their future. I think we will see the rise of co-working spaces, right? As companies think about, okay, if we're not going to maintain large offices anymore, but we still want to have that social buzz, can we provide our employees these different locations in the cities where they've chosen maybe to move to or they want to work in? I know for Workday, we're going to focus more on like the hub and spoke approach and having smaller, 200-person offices. And then I know other customers are also opening up their spaces for their customers to come work, right? So they can still have that buzz and collaboration. And maybe it's their customers' employees that are coming in instead of their employees.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that healthy middle will be a journey by itself. And I think it's exciting times because I think that's where we can make the difference. Even when you think one of the considerations that we're also looking to complement your thoughts is the multi-generational workforce that we're going to have, right? And different generations will have different needs, different approaches, and we will need to find that culture that can include everyone, being sure that you don't leave any employee behind. You open the door and you create that extra level of inclusion, being purposefully inclusive, so you don't exclude anyone by mistake, will be fundamental in the corporate culture and digital cultures that we need to create in the future. And I know there's some questions coming from the audience. Let me make a quick comment on my side. You can do the same, and then we can open up for the Q&A. Look, personally, one of the things that I think that we gained through COVID is that actually the work experience become way more humane, way more candid. The other day I was having a meeting with a very senior executive from one of our partners, and the person is like, well, we have this virtual visit, and then they're like, well, I cannot turn on my video because I'm taking this call from a treadmill. I'm actually taking a walk while we're having this conversation because I need to exercise. And she was sharing the need for her to have this activity and at her own pace. And everyone on the call was actually not only grateful, but celebrating the fact that we could be so open. And we were reflecting a little bit as technology, members of the technology industry, how far have we come? I think 12 months ago, you were expecting someone to tell you they will not show up to a meeting and they want to take the call without video from a treadmill, and you will be like offended, like what's going on? You're taking this seriously. And now we're like, good for you. Thank you for being there. We'll make it work. No worries. And I think that level of empathy, that level of how do we embrace the needs of every person, but they still find a way to make it work and accommodate it, make us so much better as humans and create so much better experiences that I hope we can find a way to keep that discovery and connection in the new normal.
Yes, I agree 100%. And I think the fact that that was a senior leader, right, just helps others feel more comfortable because, we take our lead from the leaders in our companies. So it's great to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so if you have any more thoughts, Vanessa, we can go to the Q&A. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so let me read the first question and then we'll take it from there. So for all of you in the audience, please feel free to submit your questions, and Vanessa and I will do our best to tell you what we think about it, depending on the case. So the first question is, how have your respective platforms or services at Microsoft and Workday been impacted by the accelerated growth in the remote work and online collaboration space?
All right, I'll start with this one. We have really spent a lot of time looking at the Workday platform, and thinking about all of the experiences that our employees are going through right now and how we can best support that. And so whether that is creating customized journeys for them so that when they log into Workday, they have their journeys mapped out for them based on their level or their location. We've had COVID journeys so that they know how to access all of the programs, the support, whether that is outfitting their home with ergonomic workspace or getting high-speed internet, or taking advantage of employee assistance programs that they may need to leverage. We've also launched thinking about work in a different way. We've launched our gig work. And so we have gigs throughout the company now that people can sign up for that are all there as well. And those are customized to people's profiles. So that's the Workday platform. Alvaro, how is Microsoft thinking about this?
Well, we're being a little bit busy on that front too. So let me talk a little bit about on the cloud side, what's going on. We have this platform called Microsoft 365 that is kind of the backbone of what we use for collaboration, and we double down on Microsoft Teams as the hub that we created for people to be able to meet, chat, collaborate, create, and also learn. And to give you an idea, we really tested, I think that the pandemic made us better to test not only the technology, the philosophy, and the commitment of the company to provide, to be that provider, to be that platform that you can rely upon to drive the outcomes that you need and have the experiences that you need for your people. We scaled to a point that, just to give you an idea, we support daily 50 billion minutes of collaboration in the platform. Right? That's people having virtual meetings, chat, documents, interactions, emails, everything, 50 billion a day. And on the security front, because I mean, you need to think, you need to do all that, but also, be sure that you have the security, you have the reliability, all the problems that you might have with cybersecurity that, open up when everyone is remote. We are processing 6.5 trillion security signals a day. To inform protection and measures that we need to take on the platform to be sure that we can offer the level of security and uptime that our customers require. So it's been a massive undertake. We're grateful for the trust that people have given on the services side. The next element has been the continuous innovation on the platform, because all these conversations around how those people interact, how do you create more engagement, how do you reduce the digital fatigue, have come with the creation of a new platform on top of Teams that we just launched called Microsoft Viva, that is actually based on customer feedback on, hey, I need to have this new digital culture. How do I communicate with my employees? How do I keep them up to speed with their learning and readiness? How do I enable the digital culture on team collaboration? So and also on the wellness side, right? How do you also allow people to self-regulate, to look at your own behaviors? Are you having enough focus time? Are you taking your breaks? How many hours? Who are you connecting with? And informing leaders on what's going on in the organizations with their privacy and security taken into consideration. So you, as a leader, also can take measures depending on what impact are you creating in your team, because being everyone remote, it's way harder for you to assess the workloads and how the rhythm of the work that is being accelerated is impacting your team. So we're working all those fronts at the individual, the team, and the platform in order to enable the opportunities and challenges that the pandemic has created.
Yeah, that's great. I know one thing outside of our individual platforms is, we've provided lots of different tools, things like Jamboard or Miro, right? Where very specific tools that employees need to use for situations, but also thinking about how do we reduce fatigue and create shared fluency with a core place that people can go, right? Employees understand everything that's at their disposal when they need it. And I think that is still an ongoing challenge that we will have moving forward with the velocity of work increasing, and then thinking about some folks going back into offices.
I think so. And actually, let me go to the next question that is connected to that, with your permission. Let me read it here. Once folks start to go back to work in the office, what steps do you think companies can take to truly embrace a hybrid workplace where those still working remotely are not left out of the loop?
Yes, I think this will be a challenge. I know for us, we are we're staying very close to our employees, right? Constant pulse checks with employees, and that will continue as we open our offices. And going back to what I was saying earlier, I think enabling our people leaders will be critical to success here, helping leaders really understand the best way to support their teams to come back to the office where they want to, or stay remote because that's what they're feeling comfortable with right now from a safety perspective. And so how can we empower the people leaders to think about the most important moments for their teams where they need to create neutral collaboration? What are the tools and the technologies that we've put in place that enable that, so that all employees feel like they're having an equal and inclusive experience, regardless if they're in the office or not. And leaders also being clear that the FaceTime does not equal performance. I think we've all shown in the last year that we are capable of doing our jobs without being face-to-face with our boss or the rest of our colleagues. And I think that's just something that mentally our leaders are going to have to continue to focus on.
Yeah, I think that you're spot on. The way I'll frame it is, I think there will be three big conversations that will happen. The most difficult one is, what is the digital culture of the company? To your point, I mean, which is what is the employee experience that we want to guarantee? What are the guiding principles that will be unique to every company? And again, every leadership team will need to be going through that dilemma and find their own path forward and learn and iterate as quickly as they can, because it will be a learning process for sure. I think that's a responsibility in the technology industry to keep innovating and working to be sure that we can make those digital culture aspirations and directions true and possible in a secure, in a humane, and a reliable way, so they can be successful in their journey, digital transformation and work that they have to perform. And I think there's a whole discussion around the physical environments and how do you make them more conductive to support, being enabled by technology, but also support the digital culture. And there will be no one size fits all. I think there will, now more than ever, the inclusive culture and the digital culture that the companies are going to embrace are going to dictate who those people will choose to work for. Now more than ever. You made a point on attrition and people choosing companies depending on that philosophy that will be more relevant than ever. It will be super strategic for talent retention and future in ways that we haven't seen before. I think that's part of the agenda ahead.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think there are still some companies out there that aren't clear in their direction. And I think to really support employees, that will be one critical piece for companies, is to get very, very clear on what that culture looks like in this new model, and employees feel clear on how they can be successful in that model.
Absolutely. And I think that we have time for one more, maybe two, depending on the case. And I think that the question 3, it has 2 parts. One part is, how do we prepare for the next crisis? What can we do to prepare for the next crisis? And the other one is how what we learned during the COVID pandemic influence how we will deal with situations in the workplace when we're back to the offices.
Yeah, preparing for the next crisis. This is an interesting one. We with all of the natural disasters that we've had in the US here recently, it's been a topic of conversation, right? Whether it's the fires, whether it's the storm that went through Texas. You know, one thing that we have been thinking about is, with these smaller office environments, we can ensure employees that they're going to have heat and power and food available, reliable internet. And so I do think that is actually going to be a really critical piece for companies to think about how they can really support employees if there are these ongoing natural disasters, right? Do you have a block of hotel rooms that employees can call at any minute if there's an emergency? How do we think about opening up our offices, especially like a common spaces, to our communities? Because I do think companies like Microsoft, like Workday, that have these huge presence in their communities have a responsibility to support their communities through this. Outside of the natural disasters, I think the one critical thing that has come up through COVID is we have to work quickly, even not knowing how long potentially that situation might go on for. I think when we originally got into COVID, people were thinking in terms of weeks and months and not a year. And clearly we need to plan for the long term, even if it ends up not going on long term. But how can we put the right mechanisms and framework in place to support employees regardless of the length of the crisis?
Yeah, I think those are fascinating questions to build on your comments. For me, I think one of the key learnings that we have through this pandemic is how resilient we can be as humans, as a society, and how important it is to enable our people to be able to support that agency in a holistic way. And again, not only on the work side, but also personally and in the community. Yeah. And now more than ever, I think that sense of social responsibility and human responsibility has to be a more solid part of the charter of every company in the world, right? And wherever you are, if you have employees and you're part of a community, you need to be engaged, you need to be a positive force. And I think that all the digital transformation and all the work and changes that we have seen through COVID are going to make us better and better prepared for what we don't know might happen in the future, because if we knew the questions, it will be easy, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's a great lesson on what to focus on and how by using that guiding principle of enabling your people and supporting your community, you will see it through in a much better way. I think that technology is going to get better. We will be less and less part of the problem and more part of the solution. But also we have a higher level of responsibility because there will be more and more reliance on our work and the product of our infrastructure. We will become as critical as core electricity for some work, right? So think about like a basic service. If you don't have internet connection, if you don't have a collaboration platform, if you don't have the processing capability, all this will not be possible. So how do we think of ourselves as part of that, like digital first responders to any future crisis and act accordingly? And I think that's one of the biggest lessons that we got from the COVID days as an industry and as a community in IT.
Yeah, I agree. Can I throw this last question to you? Because I think it very much relates to the work that you've been doing. Sure. How do you see governance for this new virtual environment?
Well, I think governance is it's extremely interesting topic, right? I think some governance are timeless. It's about decision making. It's around how do you segregate roles and responsibilities, and how do you have the right check and balances for your relation. And that needs to be, again, agnostic of time and place. You got to be sure that you can evolving it based on your business mission and your strategy in the marketplace and in the society. I think when we go into more concretely what's going to happen now, I think that we in the technology industry will need to rethink and change our old paradigms on how do we enable a higher level of governance that has no dependency of place, that is fully digital, and where decisions and actions need to be happening much faster. And again, those three driving forces are the ones that need to help us. So how do you use the security and trust as a core part of the offerings that we have. How can we use AI and automation to augment the human capacity for those decisions that govern and that work that can be done only by humans, but then facilitated and enabled by the technology? Yeah. And at the end, how do we make a difference? And we make the individual and the teams the center of the productivity force that will change. And I think that's the lesson from COVID, that we will need to keep working there. Yeah. Right? And we will keep innovating technology-wise, and there will be more features and automation, and how do you manage security and levels and all the fun stuff based on, conditional access and your identity, and all those things that we do today will get better. But the principles are the ones that I think are more important, because things will keep evolving and changing as we are part of the industry, right? I mean, that's what we do. We change things for better.
Yes, ideally that is our focus. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much for this conversation today. I've really appreciated it and enjoyed it. And thank you to the HITEC family for having me today.
Hey, Vanessa, you've been a delightful partner on this conversation. Thank you so much for making the time to being with us. Welcome to the HITEC Familia. And, we're excited to partner with you on the WorldLake team. And for everyone that attended our fireside chat, thank you for the engagement. Thank you for your feedback. Hope you have a great conference. I'm looking forward to keep interacting with you, and hopefully in person as well in the near future. Bye, Familia.
Sure. Bye.
Stretch your legs, but don't go too far. Enjoy some entertainment before our next session.
Hello, people from HITEC. This is the Latin Ensemble again. Welcome to the second day of learning a lot of things to make a better world. You're the best, and we have this for you. Enjoy it. Save. Voy a pedir su mano, al amor hay que dar de beber. Voy a cortar un ramo en nubes para mojar su querer. Voy a bajar por los yayales en una yagua de sur. Voy a pintar los manantiales con óleos del cielo azul. Voy a prender tu cariñito como cocuyo en el mar. Y voy a hacerte un traje novia como hojas del platanal. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Quiera pedir mi mano viene. Con zona y unos palos para que me quiera por siempre. Pa' yo prender mi lucero para que me quiera. Ay, quiera pedir mi mano viene. Con zona y unos palos para que me quiera por siempre. Que su amor sea verdadero para que me quiera. Ay, quiera pedir mi mano viene. Y cuando tenga tu permiso voy a volar norte a sur para bajar arriba el pino, el nido que quieras tú. Voy a prender tu cariñito como cocuyo en el mar y voy a hacerte un traje novia con hojas del platanal. Y acariciarte en la mañana y arroparte con el sol y de vestir a los gandules para alimentar el amor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Quiera pedir mi mano viene. Vamos sola y unos palos para que me quiera por siempre. Que su amor sea verdadero para que me quiera. Ay, quiera pedir mi mano viene. Vamos sola y unos palos para que me quiera por siempre. Pa' yo prender mi lucero para que me quiera. Ay, quiera pedir mi mano viene. ya no se come, a cumbaya con banana. Y es que me amas de esa forma diferente, con un beso tan caliente que me despiertan la gana. Y es que me amas de esa forma diferente, con un beso tan caliente que me despiertan las ganas. Estás conmigo y eres mi vida. Aún me da remolino en la barriga. Me quita el estrés. No sé cómo le hacen. Me quita el estrés. Ay, es que me amas de esa forma diferente, con un beso tan caliente que me despiertan las ganas. Y es que me amas de esa forma diferente, con tu beso tan caliente que me despiertan las ganas. No importa si no sabes de cocina, tu belleza interior me cautiva. En tu forma de ser, tu detalle de mujer. En tu forma de ser, tu detalle de mujer. ¡Ay! ¡Bomba! 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 Tus detalles me enloquecen, ay, te haces querer con ganas. Mi pulso se me estremece cada vez que tú me llamas. Tus detalles me enloquecen, ay, te haces querer con ganas. Ay, no veo la hora que tú llegas cuando sales del trabajo para la casa. Me enloquecen, ay, te haces querer con ganas. Qué rico, ay, 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 mi corazón te llama. Tus detalles me enloquecen, ay, te haces querer con ganas. Oh, oe, 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 oe. Con la palma, everybody clapping. Oe, 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 oe. ¡Anda! Pero que tú haces conmigo lo que te da la gana. Ay, te haces querer con ganas. Que ronca por la noche, a mí eso no me. Ay, te haces querer con ganas. Claro, me tienes en tu palma. Ay, te haces querer con ganas. Además te tiran gases si eres desordenada. Ay, te haces querer con ganas. Te amo así, eso me rebala. Ay, te haces querer con ganas. Me encanta cuando salimos de carrerón. Ay, te haces querer con ganas. Y te maquillas apurada en mi camión. Ay, te haces querer con ganas. Oye, 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 everybody. Oye, 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 bomba. Oye, 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 oye. Tell me when will you be mine? Tell me cuándo we can share our love divine. Oh my darling, tell me when will you say yes to me? Tell me cuándo you mean happiness to me. Oh my darling, tell me when. Every moment's a day. Every day since a lifetime. Let me show you the way to a joy beyond compare. I can't wait a moment more. Tell me cuándo we can share our love with all. Oh my darling, tell me when. I can't wait a moment more. Tell me cuando. You can say how long before. And then darling, tell me when. Okay. Every moment's a day. Every day since a lifetime. Let me show you the way. To hay millón compré. I can't wait a moment more. Tell me cuando. You mean happiness to me. And then darling, tell me Azul.
And now, a word from our partners.
My name is Rosana Cuellar. I am Salvadorian American. I'm first generation Mexican American.
Colombian.
Hondureño, Israeli, and Palestinian.
And I identify as American Indian. I am Black and Puerto Rican.
I see the way other people are treated, and because of the way that they look.
Especially for women, Latinx women, that we kind of stay at home, you're going to get married. It was suggested for me to go to college to major in Spanish or in home ec. And it wasn't suggested for me, to go into computer science or math, and that's what I eventually went into.
People are surprised that I'm Latinx because they have certain conceptions about someone from Mexico should look like.
But this Latinx community is so abundant and it's so colorful.
I love telling people that I do not like soccer.
I learned English watching TV.
Not all of us know how to dance. Some of us do know how to dance.
I think for me, growing up Latinx, there's an ethos of being very hardworking and being very dedicated, having a lot of grit.
I'm lucky that I have this job at Twitter and that we care about our Latinx community because I get to be a part of that. I get to be a part of holding that door open.
We can be an inspiration for other people to join tech that look like me and that look like you.
We come in every color, from every background. We speak multiple languages. There isn't just one way to identify it.
What one word would I describe, being Latinx is orgullo.
Fighter. Interconnected. Perseverant.
Pride.
Soy David Gasca y soy Latinx.
Meu nome é Kelly e eu sou Latinx.
I am Latinx.
I am Latinx. Eu sou Latinx.
I am Latinx.
Here to lead us in a panel discussion on artificial intelligence from bits to qubits, the present and future in the banking industry, please welcome Victor Casas Hernandez, Vice President, Lead Data Scientist, JP Morgan Chase & Co.
Hello. Thank you very much for joining us today in this session. The whole idea of the session today is that you understand what is happening inside JP Morgan Chase and how what we are building in JP Morgan Chase is changing the whole banking industry. We have 4 people here that are experts on their field, so I hope that I do enough, let's say, honor to introduce them properly. So I'll go one by one. First, let me introduce you to Dave Castillo. So Dave Castillo is the head of the OmniAI ecosystem within JPMC. What's the OmniAI ecosystem? The OmniAI ecosystem is basically the AI and ML platform that we are building to accelerate and achieve the next level of AI in production. It is powered by the public cloud, and it's also powered by services internally that we, even myself, contribute to make it even better. So, fun fact about Dave, for example, he loves automated machine learning. What does it mean, automated machine learning? Machine learning that builds itself, deploys itself, like those type of things. And he loves it so much that he founded and sold 2 companies around that. So we have basically an entrepreneur by heart. Before joining JPMC, Dave used to run the Center of Machine Learning at Capital One, and his roots come from the NASA. He also ran artificial intelligence in the NASA, so he's definitely a really well, let's say, seasoned expert in the AI field. He comes from South Arizona, where he began his academic career, and then he had a PhD in engineering from Central Florida University. So welcome, Dave. Now, we move to Manuela Veloso. Manuela Veloso is a really well-known and respected researcher in the AI and ML community, but also in robotics. She began her career in Portugal, where she had her bachelor degree, and then in her career, she moved to CMU, where she got her PhD, and within the research field, she managed to achieve the head of the machine learning department in CMU. She holds every single award that you can imagine in the AI field. She has it, but one fun fact that probably not everyone knows is that she's really good at teaching robots to play soccer. You know, we love soccer in the Hispanic community, and she actually managed to train robots that are world-class winners of soccer matches. So now you know, if you want to teach the inner algorithms of soccer, we have one of our experts here, Manuela Veloso. Now we move to Derek. Derek Jean-Baptiste has a long history of building corporate models, building corporate technology, building everything that supports a corporation to actually develop technology at scale. He has been in Sun Microsystems, he was in Xerox, where he developed, and he joined Goldman Sachs, where he raised in the ranks until the technology fellow. If you don't know what's that, that's a really high achievement. At least in Goldman, we are glad that he joined us. And when he joined, he was so impactful that the first year that he joined, boom, distinguished engineer. So he works at that level, and he makes AI in production happen. He develops architecture, he develops blueprints, and he allows us that all the ideas that teams like Manuela Veloso begin to ideate see the light of the day for the firm, so we get more enabled. One thing that is really beautiful around Derek, let's say, commitments to the community, is that he's in the board of All Star Code, which is particularly an initiative that enables high school students from Latino and Black community to thrive in the technology, let's say, field. If you're interested, if you know someone that is in that level, super encourage you to at least explore the All-Star Code, because definitely it will be in good hands by their leadership. And last but not least, we have Marco Pistoia. He's the head of FLAIR, which stands for Future Lab of Applied Research and Engineering. Before joining us, he was a master inventor, senior manager in IBM. And when you see Marco's, let's say, career, you see an inventor by his heart, right? So I recently filed a patent. It's my first patent. It was a lot of work in 1 year of work. Now, guess how many patents Marco has? Marco has 210 patents and 285 pending. So imagine the size of the inventions that Marco is doing, and we are grateful to have him in JP Morgan, and also congratulate him that he was awarded prolific inventor, and we are super glad to have him. He's helping us pushing the bank into the next generation with all the developments around quantum computing, quantum algorithms, and quantum cryptography. So I hope that you welcome everyone in the panel. And I know that Marco has our first surprise of the panel prepared for the audience.
Hola a todos. Mi nombre es Marco Pistoia. Nací y crecí en Italia, así que mi español no es perfecto. Muchas gracias por invitarme a este prestigioso evento. Me siento realmente honrado de estar aquí. Hablaré de la computación cuántica para la inteligencia artificial. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Marco. Super honored that you have these words in Spanish for us. Definitely, that's a really nice surprise. So, entering to the panel, we want to begin the things really excited. We have our first giveaway. So our first giveaway, that means that we want to give you things that you remember the event. And the first giveaway is with answering one question. The question is, what does HITEC stands for? So if you can answer in the chat, our, let's say, supporters in HITEC and JPMC will catch the answers, and then we'll announce the prizes. Please be aware that JP Morgan attendees do not participate in the event because we have internal giveaways for us. I'll wait 30 seconds for people to answer. Okay, now let's begin with the basic discussion of the panel. So one of the things that we wanted to kick off the panel with is the recognition that AI has been a really important, let's say, paradigm shift in every single aspect of our life. But you probably also are aware that some people say, hey, but AI is biased. AI can be dangerous if you let it run by itself. We have to train better AI, right? So how does that impact to the actual Latino community, for example? So biased AI can lead to unfair AI, and that's the thing that we don't want. We don't want unfair AI. We want everyone to being treated equally, because we are all about that. So one of the things that we want to introduce, or at least talk in this panel, is how can we make, or how we are making, at least in JP Morgan Chase, AI more fair. As you are aware, for example, JP Morgan Chase has the Path Forward program that we introduced in October of 2020, where we committed ourselves to be 30 billion in the next 5 years to actually develop, help develop Latino communities, Black communities, and to change the structures of society to become more equal around that. So thinking of this, let's start the questioning. For example, Manuela, from your perspective, from the research perspective, we begin to see this social impact. We begin to see the algorithms that we say, look, they were good when we didn't analyze this impact, but now we have to redo them. How does that actually work in your mind? Like, how do you see an algorithm, or how do you see a procedure and you say, we need something better without actually hurting the performance?
So thanks a lot. So this is an actual difficult question, but I wanted first to, I will answer it, but let me first say to all of us in this meeting that AI is some kind of like, how do you say, technique that opens a lot of doors. It brings a lot of benefits. It can bring a lot of like knowledge to people that who need to make decisions, data analysis of data to enable some policy changes. So there are problems and issues that AI raises, but there are a lot of like opportunities also. So at JP Morgan, we try to build upon the opportunities and try to make them like work, and while worrying about the values, the problems. In order to really address problems of AI it has to do with a lot of the data that we use to train, the data that is eventually, how do you say, not well selected. So think about a large space of ethnic diversity and all sorts of like even financial diversity. I mean, there are so many dimensions: geography, age, ethnicity, richness, how poor and rich you are. So, and if you don't look at this space in a very kind of like smart way to train a machine, and you only select, just to explain, a small part of this. So if you only use people of a particular ethnic background, of a particular geography, of a particular age. So this means, from a technical point of view, it means that you are not sampling the complete space well. You are really just very biased in the selection of data. Then in fact, the machinery that we use, these algorithms to use the data and infer a model, are very poorly trained. However, recently also there has been research on showing that sometimes these biases are not just on the data. They are part of also the way we write the algorithms, the way we think about prioritizing variables, the way we think about putting thresholds in our code, in our AI. So it's both a combination of the data and also the hearts of the developers or the minds of the developers. So we need to understand that AI, so one final thought is that we need to understand that AI is not also something that others do. AI is what we do. So we are not spectators of AI, we are actors of AI. So it's not, doesn't make sense to point the finger at AI, because AI is the product of what we do. And so all of us are responsible to make AI be of social good. One final thought here is the following. But on the other hand, I just want to tell everyone that sometimes, inevitably, maybe in fact, the AIs we build with the best of our intention make errors. However, the concept of AI is more about being able to include that feedback. So if you say, this was a wrong decision, this was a biased decision, and there is a way of retraining, a way of incorporating the feedback so the machine doesn't repeat the same error, that is the right way to do. Instead of aiming at doing it right at the beginning, we should aim at not having mistakes be repeated over time by our AI systems.
Okay, that's a very interesting point. So it seems like it's also dependent on the technology that we use to achieve that, because I assume that if someone says, hey, this is a wrong decision, we need someone to incorporate that in an automated fashion, because I assume that we shouldn't be having a manual person. So I don't know, for example, David, you that work in the technology, building the pipes, do you have any technique in your mind or way to incorporate in that feedback?
Yeah, so when I get asked this question, I usually start with this story, and I'm going to continue telling this story until it changes. But a couple of years ago, I met a fellow HITEC member, Dr. Omar Flores. I was at Capital One then, and he was there as well. And Omar had been doing a ton of work in AI and bias in AI. And as we were on the phone, he said, hey, Dave, just Google the phrase farm workers. And then go click on the images tab and tell me about the pictures you see. So I went there and did that, and every one of those pictures were basically people who looked very much like people who have Hispanic backgrounds. So it was a very stereotypical uniform set of pictures. 2.5 years later, last night I did the same thing, and almost exactly the same kind of response that I got, the same kind of results. And as Manuela said, you know, when you understand the process involved in running these queries and training these models and running and getting the results of the models, you understand that maybe it's a sampling problem, maybe it's unbiased AI, whatever it is. Think about the uninformed consumer who goes and sees this, and you know they start to develop perceptions about farm workers. In this case, it's farm workers, and I use this example a lot because it still hasn't changed. If you think about how do you take AI and ML and put it in a production setting, then it's really incumbent upon us to look at all of the phases that Manuela just described and try to do our best to damp out the bias. So create an environment like JP Morgan has Omni AI, and we have some great aspirations for where we want to take Omni AI. But we want to ensure that we're addressing the pre-processing, in other words, the feature engineering, the sampling of the population of data, and that is done in an unbiased way. And there's lots of ideas about how to do that in the background, how to create recommenders that inform the data scientist or the modeler or even the junior data scientist who really doesn't have a lot of experience in building models like this. But being able to inform, so there's some active capability that you want to aspire to put into this. You also want to address what Manuela said about architecture, model architecture. Think about influencing the model, the whole process of training and how you build that model architecture out. And that even gets interesting when you start to look at how you sometimes want to take models that have already been built and either fine tune them through some transfer learning approach, and you're accepting the architecture that somebody else has built, but you really don't know a whole lot about what that architecture was based on. So we have to take some active steps in dealing with that. And then of course, the post-processing part when it's actually out in the field, how do you know that the data isn't being poisoned or there are attacks that on, like we see with the reinforcement learning, being able to attack graph neural networks, and not knowing anything about the model architecture, but influencing the feature stream so that those models now are predicting slightly off what they were predicting before, and they're becoming biased. So as you think about building an ecosystem, these are all the factors that are going on in your head. And certainly to start out with, we're giving developers, model developers, machine learning engineers, the tooling to help them through each of these phases in a very manual way. But ideally what we want to get to is to actually do this in an active way behind the scenes. And as Manuela and Marco start to invent new capabilities to do that, we want to be able to put those into our ecosystem.
Amazing. So you brought a really interesting point, that is the risk of being attacked, right? So definitely that's not a trivial thing. And for example, someone as Derek that has vast experience of the corporate deployment of this. So what are your intakes into what are the guardrails or the monitoring or the risk control that we need for actually to make this happen?
Well, and thank you and HITEC for having us here today. Really appreciate it. The opportunity to talk to this group today. And like both Dave and Manuela have said before, the controls are in two phases. Like one, this is no different. The controls are really no different from anything else we want to deploy that's going to be using, client information, our client information, my information, my family's information, and probably most of yours in our systems with encryption, both at rest and in flight, with detection of spikes of both information as well as CPUs and et cetera and so forth. But the other things are more around controls in the front as well, making sure that you have the right kind of testing. And in the machine learning space, that testing is more than the testing we usually typically do in a just a straight vanilla kind of web application kind of situation, where you need to test to make sure that your model is performing exactly the same way it performed when it was built in a development environment to when it's actually deployed in a production environment. Because typically, the data pipes in production are completely different than what were used in development. Now, that's not true if you're doing some sort of reinforcement learning, live learning kind of systems, but a lot of systems are trained offline and then put into production. And in those systems, it's critically important to make sure that when you've done that, that you haven't actually changed the model of model performance. The other thing, again, as Dave was saying, well, just use Omni AI. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm not kidding, actually. He does say that. But the reality is that you need to have extensible architectures that allow you to continually to put the best of breed in terms of detection systems in both of your features, as well as the results that come out, the inferences or forecasts or whatever you want to call them. But at the end of the day, looking at both of those things are critical, and understanding your model's sensitivity to its inputs is incredibly important. But it's not just watching the features, but actually understanding the features, understanding the surface area for which the model can perform well versus not is critical to being able to protect it.
Okay, yes, definitely that understanding is not trivial, because I assume that it requires a lot of technology. And now the question will become like, okay, we are seeing these type of things. We are working really hard to actually solve model bias, feature being drift, attacks, but we also want to chase the next thing, right? So now the question will be more to Marco is, how does quantum fixes itself with ML? And the question is, does quantum has bias, like the actual quantum algorithms are bias proof, or we are still going to suffer those type of things?
Yes, thank you very much for this question, Victor. So quantum computing, first of all, lends itself to any problem that has exponential complexity because of its incredible computational power. It can reduce that complexity, sometimes exponentially, basically bringing that complexity from exponential down to polynomial. Machine learning has many examples of problems with exponential complexity, and so that's why the quantum computing community has become interested in artificial intelligence and machine learning, because there are problems that are very good candidates for quantum computing. So, for example, like a fraud detection, but anything related to reinforcement learning, these are very important use cases. Now, the advantage of quantum computing is that it allows for much more computational power, so much less approximation and much more fidelity in the algorithms. So there is no, like, quantum computers today are still premature, in a sense, like they're not as strong as we would like them to be. So what we do today with a quantum computer can also be done with a classical computer. We haven't reached the point in which quantum computers surpass classical computers, and that will happen in about a couple of years from now. So it's not too far away. So right now, everything that we do with a quantum computer, we can do it classically, which is good and bad. It's good because we can actually take advantage of this temporary limitation of quantum computers to test our algorithms classically and make sure that we get the reference values classically. And when we implement an algorithm, we get either comparable results, like either something equally good or even better than what we get classically. But eventually we want to come to a point in which we cannot use classical computers anymore for generating the reference values. So we hope that with its very strong computational power, quantum computers will allow algorithms to be more precise and to not suffer from biases. So we want to come to a point in which the algorithms are much more sophisticated and much more precise than what they are now. So I'm very happy because as a quantum computing scientist, I consider machine learning like a great application for quantum computing. So having found Manuela in the company, for example, is great because I look forward to a collaboration between the FLAIR team in quantum computing and the AI research team in AI and ML, so we can really look at the combination of these two disciplines to find results that otherwise would not be attainable.
Okay, that definitely, it's amazing, and I look forward for the production work of Manuela and you, Marco. And myself, being a practitioner, would be more than happy to be the guinea pig for everything that you guys produce and see if it works in the anomaly detection environment. That is the environment that I actually move myself in. So moving a little bit of topic of this, there's a question that is always posed into JPMC, like we see even Jamie Dimon saying certain strong words around fintech, right? So fintech is the disruptor, fintech is coming for us, fintech is the big tech. So as we know, fintech as of today, definitely they live in an unregulated environment, in a more flexible place where they can have faster deployments, algorithms that are not biased or not, they do what they can inside of it and no one is actually looking at them. So definitely you as the experts in the bank are running the whole end-to-end pipeline. How do you see JP Morgan Chase competing with the fintechs? Are you afraid of being disrupted? Are you doing something? So this is open floor, so definitely I would appreciate who wants to jump in.
Well, if I could jump in, first of all, I've had a couple startups, and I am fintechs before they were even called fintechs. That will age me, but the fact of the matter is I embrace disruption, and I think we probably, all of us on this call probably do. I think that's the great motivator that keeps us going and keeps us striving to get better and better and make the organization better and better. In terms of the regulatory landscape, I think you hit the nail right on the head. I think the biggest thing is really around data and how you use it, and the other part is around responsibility for the results of what your algorithms do. And I actually think that for practical purposes and at scale, you need to address these whether you're regulated or not. Right? You can't deal with client data at scale without consequences, and you can't really affect people from a financial perspective without actually being careful about what your answers are and what your predictions are and how they're used, because eventually that comes back to you. So I think it's a balance, right? Like we partner with plenty of fintechs. We utilize, we both buy from them and buy them, either way, to get the advantages of that. And we collaborate a ton with them to learn, and they do with us for the same reasons. So I like I said, I think we just embrace it and like the competition, and it helps us become better.
Yes, so definitely agree. Oh, I see Dave. Do you want to jump in? I know that you have experience in the fintech sector too.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think this is a great learning opportunity for us as well. Fintechs do something incredibly well that I believe we can learn from. They know their customers. They have the ability to understand what their customers are doing on their digital properties. They can get in front of their customers with relevant either advertising or guiding them through maximizing the value of that customer. Their retention is good. They understand how to do that incredibly well. They can also process data incredibly well. So once they do something, they try something, the results of that are right back in the system. Their models are retrained. they're trying something else. And so they're in this mode of continuous learning, and they're always adjusting. Whereas because of the regulatory process that we have to go through, we're more of interval-based learning paradigms where we put something out there, we analyze it, then we go to change it, we get the approvals, then we put it back out there again. There's a latency in all of that. So I think, we can get a lot better at challenging the regulatory process, and at least trying to get to a point where we can navigate through it much more efficiently than we can today. But I also think that one of the things that we have besides the data, which I won't touch on because I know Manuela and has probably some really interesting things to say about the data, but I do want to talk about a little bit about our ability to manage risk. The financial institutions understand risk, and they understand risk very, very well. And I think that this is a great opportunity for us to harvest that experience that we have and translate it into a machine learning AI paradigm, which we're already seeing. We've been doing some of that already, and now to do it at scale. The fintechs will get burned, and then they'll learn, and their models will learn. They have to go through that phase. I think we have we're much better positioned to manage risk.
Yes, I definitely agree with your statement. And JP Morgan has been here probably longer than my dad. So definitely we are talking of an institution that has been here almost all around. So definitely I do believe that at least our long history has teach us something that other fintechs do not have. I'm actually particularly curious around something more in the research space. Is does regulated AI is a thing? Like, does research around AI that is regulated is a challenge for ideation of new things, Manuela, or do you think that that's as equal as other type of research? In the sense that I imagine an algorithm that you foresee that is going to be regulated. So do you come with the ideation of the algorithms with the constraints, or is just another algorithm?
This is a very good question in the sense that when does the thinking about regulation occurs? So, I think that we function more about like trying to solve problems in an innovative way, while being aware that some basic regulatory kind of like obligations apply, like the use of data needs to be private. You have to make sure that across lines of business there is not unregulated share of information. But so it's unclear where, or at least I believe it's unclear if there are ideas we have had to shut down because of regulations. I don't think it happens. What happens in some sense is that we actually work in AI to help the business understand all the regulations. So for example, JP Morgan, the regulations over all these 40 plus countries, 60 plus countries that JP Morgan serves are a lot. These obligations are in the thousands and thousands. And which means like, Singapore can say something, Brazil can say something else, and then Portugal can say something else. So it's, an ocean of different regulations. And it's hard sometimes for the business when we operate in concrete problems, the transaction from this place to this, what are the regulations that apply to that particular kind of like operation? And so trying to devise the right rules and provide support to JP Morgan to do it right. Sometimes it's the work we have been doing is like to create these mapping between regulations and execution, so you have to ask for all this information. You cannot ask this before that. And so our role in terms of AI research in terms of these areas also been to provide support to this very complicated world of regulations, which humans have a hard time traversing by themselves too. So that's what we have been doing. Now there is a clear issues that are highly regulated, like markets and not being able to do spoofing, or practice malpractices in markets, or being able to detect money laundering and fraud. So there are many things that from a regulatory point of view, or all the controls to make sure that everything goes according to the rules, are things that AI can help to basically to basically carry in scale when there are many transactions, when we have payments like thousands a second. And so you have to understand that our goal is to build AI algorithms that alleviate humans from looking at thousands and thousands of transactions. And the difference is that at JP Morgan, you can look at all these transactions through, for example, rules. So we can write rules to alert us if the transaction is more than this much amount and goes to an account that it never went. Okay, let's first check it. And so there is a concept that all these machines, all these computing can help through these rules, through these methods that humans write to help them with their operations. But there is also this concept that, one step further, that these computers can help also understand more these rules and give guidance, not just the detecting of something that went wrong, but also support the correct execution. So I think that this regulation and AI and how far we push the regulatory is fascinating, to tell you frankly, because just think about, we talked about soccer, right? Think about soccer without the rules of the game. So, or be it offsides, be it like fouls, be it like cannot touch with your hands. So there is I don't think that there is any environment, maybe the financial domain has heavy regulation, but what other type of human artificial function or human function doesn't have regulations? The health has regulations, the architecture has regulations. Cars, we are highly regulated when we actually drive, and we cannot run red lights and so forth. So the problem sometimes with the financial systems is, I believe, the diversity, because cars basically drive here in New York and they don't jump to Tokyo. But the financial systems is so many products. You buy food, you buy cars, you buy financial products, and then across so many countries, across so many dimensions, that then it's a little bit complicated to know what are the rules of the game here. And I believe that AI can help with that question. And for us, regulation should be seen as something that really guides the execution. We can question some regulations. People question fouls called in soccer. This was not a foul. Take yellow card, red card, out you are. So there is always an arbitration. So think about regulators, and I keep telling this at JP Morgan, as the rules of a game, and basically all the games have referees. American football has we are always seeing a flag on the field. There is always someone saying that there is something to challenge. So it's okay. AI can help with this because all these rules are also in text, and AI is very strong at doing natural language. So it's able to find this. So I think it's something that we should embrace. One final thought is like this. What we would like to do in AI research, for example, at JP Morgan, is to have a way of separating the current rules from the time. So if tomorrow all the rules change, is that the machinery to check the rules, to map to the business, to check whether what's relevant, does not need all to be redone, so that eventually you build an algorithm that gets as an input the current rules. And if the current rules change, you still are able to have your algorithm perform independently of the current rules. So people don't think about regulation in a very positive way. I don't mind. It's just the rules of the game. the hard part is so there are problems about like the diversity of all these rules, because this game, in some sense, these financial services, these services we provide to our customers, we provide through the whole world, and that makes the problem very complex.
Oh, interesting. Yes, yes, definitely. At least, and I don't know if you guys are familiar, but when you see OpenAI, that OpenAI is a lot about reinforcement learning, making agents play games, you see that if there's a bug in the software, AI will find it, bend the rule, and that's when you begin to see strange behaviors that basically bend the rule to give the best reward possible for the agent. And that's when you learn, oh, we need a policy here that actually provides better guidance to the whole system. And that's kind of uncovering the rules that need to be there. And following this line, I would like to, for example, ask Marco, as you know, sometimes quantum is perceived as the rule breaker. Like everyone is saying, oh, when quantum hits, cryptography will break. When quantum hits, blockchain is gone. When quantum hits Bitcoin, who knows what will happen. So do you see quantum as that rule breaker, as the disruptor for everything that is bounded, or do you see more evolving with quantum assisted type of policy?
Thank you, Victor. Yeah, so I do see quantum as a disruptive technology. It will change many things. And I also think that companies that do not embrace quantum computing now, even though quantum computing is not yet as powerful now as we would like it to be, but it has to be embraced now because company have to become quantum ready. So companies that do not embrace quantum will eventually risk extinction because whoever embraces quantum will have much more powerful tools and applications. However, there is a misconception here. Some people think that the world is like going towards quantum computing, and quantum computing will replace our classical computers. That's not true. We will continue to have classical computers because they're doing a very good job for us. Like this webinar, for example, is running on classical computers and it's doing a good job for us. We don't need to bother a quantum computer for something like this. So quantum computers are going to work in tandem with classical computers. There's going to be a hybrid form of computing. As a matter of fact, even say any experiment that we run today on a quantum computer, whether it is machine learning or optimization, is already using both classical and quantum computing. For example, let's take a portfolio optimization. So this problem requires like passing a portfolio of assets as an input to the problem, but this portfolio has to be manipulated so to generate like a matrix called a Hamiltonian. Now this process is run on a classical computer. Then the Hamiltonian is passed to an input to a quantum algorithm. The quantum algorithm generates a quantum circuit, and the circuit is executed on a quantum computer. So finally, we have the quantum computer executing the complex part of the entire process. But anything that is not exponential continues to be executed on a classical computer. So this combination is actually a winning combination. Now, of course, as I mentioned before, if a company does not embrace quantum, that company will risk being completely surpassed by other companies that will have quantum computing supporting their use cases. So, for example, let's take the financial world. Like if a company doesn't, a financial company doesn't transition to quantum computing for portfolio optimization, option pricing, machine learning, then let's say risk analysis, all these use cases, then other financial institutions may surpass that company by having more accurate and more and faster results. So I think it is a disruptive technology, but not to the point of breaking what we have. If you allow me to say one more thing, though, the real disruption will come in the area of security, because quantum computing will break today's cryptographic algorithms based on public and private keys. So asymmetric encryption will be broken by quantum computing, because quantum computers can factor very large numbers in a very short time. And they cannot do it right now, actually, I should correct myself. They will be able to do it in about 7 to 10 years, according to the estimates. So in 7 to 10 years, all the algorithms that we know today, like RSA and Diffie-Hellman, that are based on the difficulty of factoring large numbers into prime factors, will be broken. And we have to actually act now to transition our infrastructure towards quantum safe methodologies. So this is really a major disruption, I think, in for any company, even those that don't want to work in quantum computing, they have to transition. They have to be aware that this transition is coming.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that. So now you know, if you are in a company, please ask your security people, are we investing in this? In 10 years, probably everything that is cryptographic based will break. So we want to be prepared as the industry-wide. One thing particularly, I love quantum computing. I'm basically a full-time learner. And so I restarted to study and I'm taking courses and everything. So I want to just tell the audience, 3 weeks to 4 weeks when I was doing my courses, one of the laboratories is to teleport a bit. I know that sounds like, what, really? Yeah, really, like literally you teleport a qubit by an experiment that is called the Bell state. Like there is actually an experimentation that you can see how does entanglement work, and that is basically a teleportation. For me, it was like mind-blowing. Probably Marco has been doing this since he was 5 years old. But for me, the first time seeing that something and the concept of teleportation was happening was kind of super interesting. And now, moving into the Q&A session, we have a lot of questions and we are going to try our best to answer them all. So let's start on our first question. So our first question is going back to the topic of ethical AI. First, everyone is thanking you guys for guiding them, showing them the light around ethical AI, fair AI, and everyone is appreciating all these insights that you are giving. However, they're also asking, okay, but what are the actual systems or tools that will need to be in place to see that the bias is minimized? How do you know that the bias is getting addressed and getting minimized? So I open to the audience in order to see who wants to take the question.
Well, I think it starts a lot with what Manuela was talking about at the top, which is a lot of the bias in all of these systems come from us, right? And the people who are actually creating the algorithms, that are getting the data, that are making the systems that create the data, who are taking data and making it available for our algorithms to learn. And so one of the things we need to do, and one of the things we need to see and continue to see, is more diversity in the fields that are touching this technology and making this technology available for everyone. And I think everyone here is very invested in that, and I think that's a big thing that's happening, it's changing, and needs to change, right? We all need to be focused on that. I think the second thing is you already see, and I'm sure Dave will touch on this, we already see many both research, but also startups and mid-sized companies and large companies, but really a lot of innovation in small and mid-sized companies into trying to start to tackle this with systems, right? And we look at companies all the time, and Dave makes those available to us as they get vetted and as they seem to be able to scale to our environment. And I expect to continue to see innovation in this, because it's not just important, but it's really vital in order for AI and machine learning certainly to grow equitably.
There's also a lot of open source tooling you can use today, like LIFT, which is a LinkedIn tool, the Fairness Indicator by Google, TensorFlow, IBM's 360. There's FairLearn, there's Equitas. scikit-learn. There's a number of tooling that you can use today to at least do the work up front. You have to know what you're doing in a lot of cases. But I do expect that there's going to be a fair amount of research in this area, and maybe Manuela, you can comment on, where is this going?
Sorry. So, well, let's see. I just want to very briefly say that it's a complicated topic, and the best thing for everybody to think is that we are at JP Morgan embracing it fully, one way or another, from data to actually having leadership that greatly values diversity and tries to be, the inclusion. I do have to tell you, and following up also on what Derek said, I mean, my team at JP Morgan, we currently are in AI research. We are basically my directors the report to Alan Issue said one day, oh, Manuela's team is 50% men. That's good to know. Right, so it's an interesting statistics, and we bring also diversity about many issues. And we have worked on fairness in markets, fair lending, all sorts. We created a center for explainability of AI, a center of excellence. So it's the more we have these questions, and the more we explicitly mention these topics, the more we leave to our technology developments and bring those types of concerns all the way to our teams and to our developments. And we have also very good discussions, and David knows about these, and Marco and Derek, and with the people at JP Morgan that care about society in general, and they inject into our thinking as technologists of all these values. So it's an ongoing, this ethical AI is an ongoing concern, but on the other hand, it cannot also stop us from making progress. And like I told you, the secret in some sense is to always think that the chances that we make the right AI system are low, are not really high. We are trying to increase them, but there will always be mistakes. But if we have a way of improving over the mistakes, then we are in a better path than if we kind of have rigid systems that we believe are doing very well, and then there is no way to improve them. And so the magic here is and I believe for me, the magic is always to try to make systems that improve over time with feedback, and that eventually converge to being better and better. And that's not many approaches do like these. They try to combine all the data, they train on the data, and they look at AI more as a one-shot kind of problem. I think it's more of a continuous learning problem, and including for ethicals. Okay.
Thank you very much for the answer. Now, second question has come, is around stability and security and technology. How do you use AI to actually protect an enterprise? How do you use AI, or how do you use analytical techniques to actually help into the stability and security of technology?
You want to answer that, David?
Yeah, so the way that I'd answer this one is that, anomaly detection has been around for quite some time. And being able to predict how stable your systems are, that's not a new problem. It's, like I said, it's been around for a long time. I think what's interesting, what's happening now is that our ML systems are a lot more complex, and their behaviors are sometimes unpredictable, using the kinds of techniques we were using before. So we're starting to see more sophistication in terms of our algorithms, and trying to be more in a situation where we become more proactive and determining how do we anticipate something that is going to become unstable. And stability doesn't necessarily mean a system crashes. Stability can mean, there's a performance of my model that is not consistent with the way that it's been over the last several weeks. Maybe it's starting to drift or something like that. And there's a whole area of model operations, ML ops, it's called, that has emerged, and they're applying ML on ML. And so the same thing with security, just trying to apply machine learning and AI to really get in front of security. And Derek, this is probably an area that you're close to as well.
Yes. So Dave, you filled you pretty much answered the question, but there's one space that I'd like to touch on. And that's something I think that is close to Victor's heart, which is Ops AI, and which is really about using artificial intelligence to on our systems to understand their stability. And we've done in his area specifically, we've done work looking at that and looking at how we can detect beforehand when a system may become unstable, which is a really hard problem because it's a lot of data and you're really looking for, like it's worse than a needle in a haystack problem. And we've had some success and we continue to push in that direction because especially as we, do more and more of our infrastructure in public cloud, like this problem of being able to actually detect not just that something's going to happen, but where it's happening and where to fix it is just going to grow exponentially.
Right. So that's an interesting that comes here on the Ops AI. I am involved in the anomaly detection, and definitely for the sake of the audience to figure out how much we process. By the day, we are actually processing 200 up to 300 million of logs, and we are just deploying a little tiny part of the bank. So imagine if we want to deploy everywhere, how much is the amount of compute that you actually have to trigger or have to ingest in real time to be able to protect a company before the failure happens. Definitely is a non-trivial problem.
Sounds like a quantum problem.
Yes.
I think it actually is, because when it comes to anomaly detection, in particular fraud detection, this is a very difficult problem, like highly imbalanced, given that the fraudulent transactions, for example, credit card transactions, are much fewer than the genuine ones. So the data is highly imbalanced, and so the algorithms suffer from this situation. And in quantum computing, we're looking at opportunities to make this, to devise algorithms that are more sophisticated and that can eliminate the many false positives that and false negatives that classical algorithms may have. So that's something that quantum computing can really change in this field.
And I'm more than happy to adopt whatever algorithms you develop, Marco, for anomaly detection. You know that I'm all about putting things into production around Ops AI, so I'll be more than eager to see your developments to hit the light of the day in the Ops AI product, if possible. And it seems that our next question is actually addressed from the quantum world, and is, what are the top 3 use cases that any company, like here, HITEC community is asking you, please advise us, what are the top 3 use cases that we should be thinking about in the quantum world to become ready for the future?
Yes, so this is actually a question for any company. So it's not just financial companies. In which case I would say security is the first use case. And I mentioned this before, but I would like to add one thing I didn't mention before, which is it is true that quantum computing will break asymmetric encryption 7 to 10 years from now, approximately. However, that doesn't mean that we are safe for the next 7 to 10 years, because attackers are known to already take snapshots of private communications between companies, between individuals. Now they're taking snapshots. This is like a fact. We know that it is happening. So the snapshots are encrypted. Nobody can decrypt them today with today's computers. However, these encrypted files are sitting in somebody's computer, and 7 to 10 years from now, they will be decrypted. And I'm sure that a lot of information that is private and confidential today will be private and confidential 7 to 10 years from now. Imagine, your bank account number, your social security number, your medical history, not to mention a much higher level of complexity when you deal with transactions between large enterprises and so on. So it's very important to transition to quantum safe methodologies for encryption now, way before the attacks become a reality, because we need to protect the data now because it will be broken later. So that's maybe the first use case. Then when it comes to like the other use cases, then I would say it depends on the industry sector to which a company belongs. So for example, if we're looking at pharmaceutical companies or new materials, companies that are building new fuels, new fertilizers, or new plastics, there is a need for devising algorithms for simulating the molecules of these new materials to see how stable these molecules are and how well they react with the environment around them. So, and then if we're talking about pharmaceutical companies, this is really very important. Like, we cannot afford any mistake there, because of course, if there is a drug that is being devised, we don't want to have side effects that can cause like the death of people and something like that. So unfortunately, classical computers are known to not be able to simulate larger molecules. So for example, even the molecule of caffeine cannot be simulated by a classical computer, because it would require a classical computer with 10 to the power of 48 bits, which is 1/10 of the number of atoms of the Earth. But it only requires 160 qubits. So we know that quantum computing will make a difference for all these companies. When it comes to financial institutions, we have use cases like portfolio optimization, risk analysis, option pricing, and a lot of things in the field of machine learning that are all good candidates for quantum computing.
Thank you very much for the answer. So, guys, sadly to announce, the panel has come to an end. I had a lot of fun. Thank you very, very much for your participation. Also to all the panelists, bienvenidos a la familia. Super welcome you to HITEC. We definitely appreciate you being here. And for all the audience, I hope that you enjoyed this. And at least I applaud all our panelists. I really enjoyed the session, and have a very good afternoon.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you all for having us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And now, for the time-honored tradition of the HITEC check-in, here are some greetings from a few of our event attendees. In the spirit of the traditional HITEC check-in, at our in-person summits, let us know who is here and what country you're from via the chat feature. And if you're new to HITEC, let us know also. We would love to welcome you and give you the proper bienvenidos to the HITEC familia.
Hi, I'm Melissa Garcia Vasquez. I am a director at Visa, and I'm a native Texan. My family's been in Texas since it was part of Mexico.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Lickman. I'm a manager in technology in the PwC EC. I am from Ecuador, but I currently live in Miami.
Hi, my name is Josh Galvan. I'm a partner at KPMG, and I come from the great state of Texas.
Good morning. My name is Mike Cáceres. I'm the head of data science software engineering at MassMutual, and I am originally from Argentina.
Hello from beautiful Colorado. My name is Brenda Henkel, and I'm a system architect at Lockheed Martin. My country of origin is Mexico. I'm a proud UTEP minor and El Paso, Texas native.
Hello, everybody. I am Caroline Pawlowski. I am a senior manager at Fannie Mae responsible for Salesforce and chatbots, and I am originally from Brazil.
Go! Hola, HITEC. My name is Elida Cruz. I'm the Vice President of Commercial and Small Business Design at Capital One. I am Mexican American and identify as Chicana. Viva la raza!
Hi, my name is Eric Salazar. I am an advisory director at KPMG, and I'm originally from Panama.
Hola familia, Benny Gonzalez, executive director with JP Morgan, Puertorriqueño out of Tampa, Florida, home of the 2021 Super Bowl champions, the Buccaneers.
Buenos días, my name is Jorge Regueira,
and I work for Wells Fargo. I'm a portfolio delivery manager, born in Miami, Florida, and first-generation Cuban American.
Hi everyone, my name is Carolina Leon. I am a project manager at Microsoft and I am Ecuadorian.
Hola, hi, my name is Rosa Lopez. I am the Automation Service Manager at PwC and I am from Puerto Rico.
Hi, my name is Lucette Mendez and I'm an Assistant Vice President of Finance with AT&T. I'm originally from Miami and I'm Cuban American. I'm excited to be here with you.
Hello, my name is Elaine Flesch, and I am a Senior Director for Information Security and Risk Management at McKesson. I was born and raised in Brazil, but I've been in the U.S. for over 21 years, and I consider the U.S. to be my second home.
I'm Diana de la Cruz. I am a Software Engineering Manager at Northwestern Mutual in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am of Mexican descent, although I was born in the U.S., and I am a proud member of the 2021 HITEC Emerging Executive Program.
Hello, my name is Angel Sustaeta. I'm a senior client partner at Globant, and I am originally from Mexico.
Buenos dias, my name is Ana Maria Skripczak. I am a senior consultant at Capgemini. I am from Bogotá, Colombia. Es todo un placer estar aquí.
Hi, my name is Nicole Truman. I'm a senior software engineer for Travelers Insurance. I'm Chilean and I love the outdoors.
I'm Angela Cruz and I'm a Senior Director of Sales for N3, a company recently acquired by Accenture. I live in Miami, Florida, but I was born in Paradise, the Dominican Republic.
Hi everyone, my name is Eduardo Bistrain and I work for JP Morgan Chase in the Digital Communications Technology team in Chicago. I was born and raised in Mexico City and moved to the US in 1995. And I'm really excited to be part of this summit and really looking forward to meeting and learning from all of you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nancy Anderson Bolton. I'm VP of Strategic Growth and Alliances at Globant. I'm so pleased to be a part of the HITEC Familia and be here with all of you. I'm originally from New York. I now live in Miami. I'm first-generation American, half Cuban and half Hungarian.
Hello, I'm Zuleika Munoz, a Senior Director of Supply Chain Technology at Johnson & Johnson, and originally from La Isla del Encanto, Puerto Rico.
Hola, my name is Cristiane Leite. I was born in Brazil. I'm a Cybersecurity Senior Vice President at Bank of America. It's a pleasure to be here, exploring this new opportunity with all of you. See you soon. Ciao.
Hello, tech participants. This is Enrique Brime. I work at Cisco. I'm a Partnered Alliance Executive, and I was born and raised in Mexico City. Greetings from Miami.
My name is Lizeth Valdez. I am a Senior Delivery Leader for Multi-Cloud and Applications Portfolio in Americas. I am part of Cisco Systems, and I am proudly Mexican.
Hola, HITEC Familia. I am so excited to be here. My name is Yamila Harris, and I am the Global Head of Support, IT Service Delivery for Munich Re. I'm also a very proud member of the HITEC Board of Directors. And very important to note, I am proud to be Cuban American. All right, everyone, let's keep having some fun and enjoying the summit.
Here to lead us in the PwC Upskilling Challenge session, please welcome Carlos Moreira, Emerging Technologies Leader, PwC.
Hi, everyone. Glad to be with you again. And I love those in-between sessions with people introducing themselves and their background. That's a lot of fun. So Carlos Moreira, partner with PwC. My nationality is Portuguese. I was born there, immigrated to the US in 1976, and proud to be in America, as well as having my lineage back to Portugal. I'm joined by Tiago Leal, and he will introduce himself when his session comes up. But we are continuing the dialogue that we started about 2 years ago around the support of our efforts together to build our digital acumen For those that were around back in 99 when we, or sorry, 2019, wow, 99, 2019, we talked about our skills and getting an understanding of our proficiency. That was the beginning of our journey. But we said then that that is not the end, that there's a continuation in a progression that we would need to go through to continue that journey. And the next step is now. And I'll start with a quote by our senior partner in the US, who said probably it the best in terms of what this really is about, in terms of why we're trying to engage in this dialogue with the HITEC familia. And it starts with the aspect that we know, and I think most of us are aware, that there's a transformation that's happening, and probably no more so than the last 12 months has become real to a lot of us as we face the COVID challenge around the importance of working digitally. And that started with some of the collaboration tools which we're using today. It also was reinforced with some of the other things that we had to adopt as we faced the challenge of COVID and having to work with each other and maintain the level of productivity. But also we started realizing that those technologies actually enhance our productivity and perhaps in some cases even enhance our work-life balance in ways that we had not even thought of going into the pandemic that this technology could deliver. But so the technology is the tool, but our ability to be creative in the use of it is the opportunity, and really the engagement, the value creation that we hope will come out of our dialogue is how we take that responsibility back to our people and more important to our society. So when we think about that, we'll get a little more specific about what we mean when we say that part of this is not just about learning about technology, but how we engage with our people and each other, and also about how we can potentially drive value into our familia in our society. So hang on to that. That's going to be the theme of today, but we'll get to that a little bit later. But let's talk a little bit about where we've come from and where we are going. As I mentioned, there are three aspects around building digital acumen or going through the digital journey. And we started with the up knowledge and learning aspect of what it means to understand what digital capabilities are. And most of you, I'm sure, have gone through your own learning process, whether it's be within your organizations or maybe in your own self-interest to improve your understanding of what these digital capabilities are, whether it's automations through robotics or analytical capabilities through augmentation tools or blockchain or artificial intelligence or even virtual reality or augmented reality. I'm sure you've picked up these concepts along the way, and you've started to build your capability. But at that point, we introduced the opportunity to profile a high-tech community and see where we were from our digital acumen, and also where we thought we could grow and develop more opportunities to get smarter about these capabilities and technologies. And I think our acumen build has certainly been growing since we started this program in 2019. Next slide, Tiago. And I think if for those of you that hadn't participated on that or were not here when we started that journey, it's not too late. So we want you to still continue to do the up learning. And if you don't remember how to access it, you know, our digital fitness app assessment tool is free and available for everybody in the HITEC familia. All you need to do is go down to either the Apple Store, I think it's Apple Store predominantly, and search for the digital fitness assessment. And then there's a learning code in there called that you type in, which is learn all without the vowels other than the A. Don't ask me how we come up with these code words, but there's a madness to it, I'm sure. But if you type that in, that would both give you the opportunity to access the tool and all its learning content, and also do some of your own fitness assessment. I will tell you that all this is confidential, all this is personalized. Nobody's looking at either your acumen score or reporting on it. or tracking your progression, this is really an opportunity for you just to leverage an asset that was built for our own capability within our firm as we kind of decide to share it with a broader audience. But it's an opportunity for you to gain access to something that's easy, practical, and also informative in terms of your own progression around the learning process. But we're ready for the next step. And I think that's where the rest of us are starting to think about as we think about the different aspects around what that learning tool will identify for you in terms of where your skills are, your behaviors, your mindset, and your relationships, and gives you some of the feedback and ways to you can improve your capability. But as you can see through this chart, the HITEC Familia is growing in their acumen skills around behaviors, mindsets, relationships, and skill sets. And we expect that will continue to grow. And that's why we're encouraging you to be leaders in this digital transformational age, and by building your skills and your acumen, because that's where we start the journey. But as I mentioned, we're ready to take on the next step. And our next step that we want to introduce to the HITEC Familia and ask for your engagement, like you did before with the learning program and the Up Knowledge skill assessment, and intaking some of that content and developing and growing your knowledge base, is to practice it. And it's not going to be just an exercise in practicing, how to do and build digital capabilities. What we're looking to do is create something that is going to be, focusing on our community, right? I was involved with a series of university discussions as part of our recruiting program, and the universities were concerned around recruitment, particularly around the diversity initiative that they have to make sure that scholarships and opportunities were being given that represented the broader community versus the kind of predominant demographic of their particular university, which was largely focusing on a non-diverse base of candidates and recruits and scholarship contributions. And they were looking to see if there was a way that we could build some kind of digital capability that will allow the diversity community that's out there looking for educational opportunities, grants, scholarships, and so forth, to be able to gain access to them and make them aware that they exist. And so we started brainstorming an idea around building an augmented capability that would be available through the web that would help students looking for scholarships, looking for universities that were promoting diversity programs and opportunities that would be easy to find, as opposed to the arduous process of looking through various websites and different databases to try to get an understanding of that. That was one idea of potentially many. And so part of what we're looking to do as part of the next step on a journey is to engage the HITEC Familia and think about and innovate some ideas that we can potentially turn into digital assets that are going to benefit our Hispanic community, and particularly in ways that could be focusing around their health, their well-being, their safety, their security, or even their opportunities. And that's where we want to apply some of the intellectual power of the HITEC community, coupled with the tools and the processes by which we will bring to support that initiative, and come out of this with a couple of ideas, and more importantly, a couple of digitized assets that could be turned into opportunities that could benefit our broader Hispanic community. So that's the challenge that we're putting before you, and we're hoping you take it on. But Tiago will take you through and talk about what that looks like. Tiago?
Thank you, Carlos. Yeah. I'd like to introduce myself, Tiago Leal. I'm a senior manager at PwC, part of the digital operations practice. And I'm very grateful for the power of technology that brings us together and enable us here to keep pushing and keep pulling each other up and fulfilling HITEC's mission, especially now with the HITEC Digital Upskilling Challenge. It's the next step on the journey and we'll be able to come together as we previously learned together topics such as automation. We learned a little bit about robotics, about visualization through the digital fitness app. Now it's part to put it in practice. And we are designing a contest. We're gonna give you more details about this. I'll walk you through a little bit, but in the end of the day, we're going to have something tangible that we can give back and make an impact to the community. So it's nothing that we're going to apply in a corporate world or to gain competitive advantage, but instead making an impact in the community. Right? The challenge, and I'll walk you through in detail, it's made of 4 main steps. The components of the challenge starts with first with a digital introduction, and this specific step gives you a little bit of background on the benefits of digital upskilling and gives you a little flavor of what this idea should look and feel, just to give you a little bit of imagining what's possible, right? Like, what are the possibilities that we can achieve with that? And with this, I just want to throw there one question that you may have in mind. The question may be, hey, what if I didn't participate on the prior phase, which was the learning aspect? Can I still join? Yes, please. That's the short answer, right? Come join us. You'll have the opportunity to first get up to speed, but then also understand the benefits of the upskilling and get acclimated with all the ideas, so you can loop in and get into step number 2, which is really where you're going to pitch in and contribute here on the idea generation. The way we're going to do this is participants are going to use tools and some methods we're going to provide you with to mine an idea. This is the ideation phase. So different topics: housing, immigration, youth education, you name it, things that we can do some good in the community. We're going to come up with some ideas, brainstorm, and then prioritize in this one event. And from there, after we prioritize, we figure out what ideas we're going to go forward with as a groups, and then we'll start the areas of development. I want to talk to you a little bit about the development aspect, because you're going to get some help. So PwC has those folks that we call the digital accelerators. They really are technology ninjas here, and they're highly trained in different areas of automation, robotics, data visualization, and those folks are going to act more as same time as enablers, let me use this word, to help put your ideas into action. So they're actually going to, through a series of iterations, make sure that we're developing this idea to the stage where we can actually share with the community. And then 4th step is where we do a presentation. And we, on the fall of next year, this year summit, we're going to get together and have a presentation with a judging panel to figure out the winner and the ideas that we're actually going to roll out to the community. So key dates to keep in mind, it's actually Friday, April 2nd. We actually kick off this program, this part of the journey, with the digital introduction, step number 1. And now it's the time to sign up. You see this QRC code, so you can all pull up your cell phones and join. You're going to be taken to a form where you can actually sign up, and we're going to start doing the groups, or organizing the groups based on areas of interest and your backgrounds. So we can initiate with that.
So a couple of things on what you can expect through that, because what we are not expecting you to do is spend a lot of time and energy around the physical creation of your ideas, right? What we're looking for the HITEC Familia to do is bring your background and experience in different perspectives from different industries, right? And think about the challenges that our broader Hispanic community are facing on a day-to-day basis, right? the aspect of this is really around building and leveraging your acumen. What you're going to get in support of making that concept a reality is, PwC and some of our, capabilities and our tool sets and some other things to try to take that and construct it, and then you can help edit and revise and make it impactful. And I think the aspect of bringing it back to the community, making this a little bit of a challenge, is making it a little bit of a fun event, but also a way to kind of create a community interest around what we're trying to do with whatever ends up being kind of the better idea. Frankly, if we come up with 5 great ideas and it's a tie, so be it, right? If we can get to that level of scale and impact, because I think what we've all learned, hopefully through this time, is that with these digital tools, we can do a lot of miraculous things. But we've also learned, I think, in the last 12 months, how challenging, life can be, right? Without the level of connectivity and facilitation that comes from building good quality digital components and digital tools to help us run our everyday life and make things easier. We're going to come out of this whole COVID situation and experience very different, right? And the world is going to feel different. It's going to work differently, and it's going to definitely have a lot more interesting dynamics versus that which we were experiencing going into the last 12 months. And I think what we're trying to do with this opportunity is take a concept like digital transformation, which means a lot of things to a lot of different people, and the different experiences people have had over the last 12 months in terms of how they've been able to engage digitally with their work, their family, their loved ones, and so forth, and create something of relevance, importance, and that can help a broader community, right, to address problems and challenges, right, that we may have seen along the way or personally experienced, right, as we navigated that we didn't get to a tangible answer. It's a way to learn. It's a way to apply that learning. It's a way of leveraging what you've already known, and it's a way of leaning and giving back to our community in a way that's easy, I think, relatively so, but also potentially very relevant and impactful. That's the goal of all this. So that way we're not just doing it as an exercise, but an exercise that has a value return that we can all take tremendous pride in. So
this is great,
I
Carlos.
Yep.
I just want to highlight a couple examples just as a segue to what you just said, right? What is the type of things that we can create, right? What are some things? And for those of you who just joined, please, you can go to the left of the live media player in the menu section, and there's a section called Upskilling Challenger. You can download your one pager and get a little, like a 30-second view of what we've been talking about, and a couple questions, right? If you're not sure on the time commitment, if you're not sure if you're going to be able to participate in all the sessions or not, start signing up and we'll work with you, right? We'll work with you on that. Couple examples. So I'll bring to your attention. 2 examples from the community and 1 example of an idea that was actually generated for the corporate world from an inclusion perspective. Interesting ones. So the first one is actually a he for she. He for she is a United Nations global solidarity movement for gender equality. And there's a bot that was created that by some PwC folks that you actually sign up. There's a series of steps for you to sign up and do the pledge for that organization. And you can do that automatically, right? So you start up and they'll start generating the screens for you. That's one. Second one, on the corporate world, there is a resume review redaction for folks that work in HR or in recruiting and don't want to go through the bias of either gender or any sorts of backgrounds. So what it does, for this resume book, automatically covers the name. So it doesn't give you a hint if it's gender-wise or background for any other nationality or what have you. So it only gives literally the qualifications for the candidates. make it in an unbiased way, or just cleaning any sort of like potential blind spots that you may have there. And then the last one, which is really interesting, we found one student that was able to put together this automation and data visualization, where she was able to figure out scholarships and grants that were applied to her based on her background, and doing that automatically. And she was then, example, Carlos previously mentioned, that was able to get her education and really impact in the society, first for her, but that's something that can apply to other people. So this is just to give you a flavor of all the possibilities that are out there. And don't worry about your level or of current upskilling, because what we need is actually your ideas, how we can make the impact on the society, how we can make good to our community, and then we'll take it from there and work together to make that happen and bring it to life. Carlos, back to you.
Yeah, that last one particularly is near and dear to my heart. I was pleasantly shocked but overwhelmed by the fact that this individual took it upon herself to innovate something as beneficial to her as a scholarship finder robot, but more importantly was the fact that she was able to fund her education without a single loan for the 4 years of college that she actually was now able to fund for herself, by the virtue of just having the ability to both identify, sign up for, submit her essays or application, everything about as electronic, most of which, about 90% of which electronically, versus the fumbling aspect of what we do and what most students have to go through to get even one application submitted. So a tremendous aspect of self-determination for sure, but more so just the overwhelming benefit that was realized by something so practical and yet very innovative to solve a very common challenge that exists for a lot of different people. And I think that's where we got very excited around coming back to the HITEC Familia and really thinking about, well, if somebody has perhaps less experience than some of us in the HITEC Familia community can come up with something that great. Imagine what the years of experience that are part of this community could do to turn into something even much more magnificent, right? That could benefit thousands, if not tens of thousands of people in our high-tech communities across the U.S. and even perhaps even globally. So I know that's an spiral challenge, and maybe it's too grandiose, but I've seen tremendous things happen when a couple people apply themselves, and I think the aspect of what we're doing here could both benefit us from a learning perspective, but also could potentially impact people that we don't even know, that we could draw some tremendous benefit from the exercise. I don't know if there's a channel, and apologize for any questions we can entertain. I know we have only a couple minutes left, but if there's any questions, we'd be happy to take them. Okay.
Sounds
good. Any questions right now? So that was pretty straightforward. I think everybody got it. I think I will close with this aspect of the conversation. We know digital is not new to everybody in this community. We've seen the presentations. We have been engaged in the summit, and we hear the incredible content that's been pulled together and presented. So I don't think there's anyone in this community, in this familia, in this high-tech community that doesn't understand what digital is about. I would ask you, how engaged are you, right? And how much have you actually applied or been able to apply, given your roles and acumen? And more so, have you had the chance and opportunity to apply in a way that could be socially minded and community minded? Because oftentimes we don't, because we have so much work to do for our respective companies or even our clients, in the cases of those that are in the service business, like myself. But it's an opportunity here to go beyond ourselves and really take this aspect of this challenge, this learning opportunity, and in a way that could benefit people that don't have the opportunity to be in the room with us and hear all this tremendous content. So I ask you to participate, not because it's going to be a burden, not because it's going to create a big time glut. It won't. We promise you we won't. We'll work with you with that. But more importantly, because you have so much to offer and so much to give and so much impact you can make. And we need that formula because we can't just formulate that with a very limited group of people with a very narrow perspective or an experience base. So we're looking to the HITEC Familia. We know you've risen to the challenge, and we're putting one in front of you once again and asking you to engage. And we hope you sign up and be courageous and bold and impactful and community focused and driven, because there's nothing much more rewarding than recognizing when we have that kind of impact versus the day-to-day stuff that we need to do as part of our work and career responsibilities. So I hope you take up the challenge. I look forward to seeing you at our kickoff in a couple of weeks and then working with you as we move this forward. Until then, take care.
We would like to thank our corporate partners for their continued support of HITEC and belief in our mission to provide a forum for the leadership development and advancement of technology executives in the Hispanic community. Thank you to our summit host sponsor, JP Chase & Co. Thank you to HITEC's platinum sponsors, Accenture, AWS, Bank of America, Capital One, Cisco, Google Cloud, KPMG, Microsoft, Twitter, and United Airlines. Thank you to our HITEC Gold partners, Apple, AT&T, BNY Mellon, Citi, Dell, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Johnson & Johnson, Liberty Mutual, Lockheed Martin, McKesson, Morgan Stanley, Nationwide, Northwestern Mutual, Oracle, PwC, P&G, Salesforce, ServiceNow, Trend Micro, and Wells Fargo. Thank you to the HITEC Silver partners, Freddie Mac, HP, IBM, SAP, Schneider Electric, Tech Systems, Travelers, and Visa. Thank you to our HITEC Bronze partners, Adobe, Amazon, Amdocs, Capgemini, Cardinal Health, Claro, Cognizant, Comerica Bank, DocuSign, Globant, Link America, NGI, Pinnacle Group, Pyramid, Reviture, Workday, and Worldwide Technologies. Once again, mil gracias to all our corporate partners. Please welcome back HITEC President Omar Duque.
Welcome back, and thank you, Carlos and Tiago, and thank you to PwC. I encourage all of you to check out and sign up for our Upskilling Challenge. Click on the challenge to the left of this box and sign up. We're pleased to partner with PwC, challenging participants to create digital solutions and practical applications, as you heard, for everyday problems. This event would not be possible were it not for the generous support of our corporate partners. At HITEC, we have the privilege of working with some of the most progressive and exciting global companies that support our work and our mission. And on behalf of our board of directors and our team, I want to express our most sincere gratitude to all of our corporate partners and supporters. I also want to especially thank our sponsor for this summit, JP Chase. And I want to recognize our brilliant team who has been working tirelessly to make this event happen. From our team, please join me in recognizing Viviana Costa, Susana Ramirez, Cristina Aguilera, and the newest member of our team, Maria Castagnola. I can't express enough the admiration and respect that I have for these committed leaders. Thank you. I so miss being able to see all of you in person, and I hope we can all be together again soon. Please also join me in recognizing the one and only Salina Rivera, the founder, president, and CEO of Me and Media, our marketing partner. Please also join me in recognizing our production team, Nick Rodriguez and Miguel Chacon from Gravitate Productions, and of course, our events and productions team at 305 Communications and Events, especially Maria Fisher, Maria Josefa Salva, and Jennifer Lucio Vargas. Thank you for all of your contributions to our work. We encourage all of you to keep engaging in the chat, but also encourage you to connect with each other and us on LinkedIn. Be sure to share your experience on social media, and when you do, please tag us and use our hashtags. We are HITEC and JPMC. I hope all of you will join us right now for our networking sessions. As a reminder, you may have to refresh your browser to see the link to the networking sessions. Thanks again for joining us today. We look forward to continuing the conversation for tomorrow, our third and final day of the Spring Summit. On behalf of the HITEC team, our board of directors, and everybody that worked to put this event together, thank you for spending your afternoon with us. Enjoy the networking. See you tomorrow.
That concludes the programming for Day 2 of the HITEC Spring Virtual Leadership Summit. We thank you for your participation. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow on our third and final day of the summit. We hope you've enjoyed the sessions today, and we'll continue the conversation during this upcoming networking time.